No one can blame you for walking away. 'Cause down in perfection, no town, it's gonna be okay, gonna be okay. 'Cause down in perfection town, you'll find El Blanco. Down in perfection town, a land so yellow, a crystal blue. It's only the tremors, and you gotta sing that song. 'Cause when you got the tremors, yeah, you'll sing along, sing along. Hong, hong, hong. Oh, you gotta go to perfection town. That's where the Graboids live on the ground. Go to perfection town. Where the Graboids live on the ground. Oh, grab on the ground. Uno momento. Welcome to Talking Tremors. I am your host, Levi Dylan Burzloff. This is a live show, and I've had some technical difficulties. So hold on one second here. I need to check something. What's this? What do we got? All of a sudden, my audio spiked back here, so I need to. You gotta sing that song. That was good. Okay, so we're good. And Graboid ground underground. Ground. Oh, you gotta dig, but come out here. Oh, 'cause the Graboids live underground. Oh, you know the things that you feel. 'Cause the Graboids live on the ground. Grab on the ground. You gotta grab on the ground. Oh, so no one can blame you when you're walking on ground. Because you live in perfection, yeah. And it's a good town, it's a good town. 'Cause down in perfection town, that's where Batgirl lives. Down in perfection town, you know it is a crystal moon. It's only the tremors. And we'll be talking all night long. Lost in the tremors. I'll sing this song, the Graboid song. I gotta get me on the ground. All the Graboids living there. Grab on the ground. All them Graboids in the air. Gotta get me on the ground. Oh, howing on the ground. Can you tell I really like this song? I go like this. Welcome to Tremors the Musical. Yeah, it's a Tremors rock opera. Oh, ground, it's on the ground. I don't even have to change the word. I just say under the ground. Oh. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Talking Tremors. I am your host, Levi Dylan Burzloff. Excuse me. Holy shit, my throat is killing me back there. Oh, wow. it's funny. Yeah, ASAP Sharky is so right. ASAP and Pangea. Thank you guys so much. I got the Tremors rock opera and Tremors the musical and um hey, if you're new here, ASAP Sharky, you fucking just expect the unexpected, baby. That's the name of the biscuits. You thought I was going to say game, but I said biscuits because that's unexpected. And yes, totally that I didn't have to change the fucking song. That was on the ground. And I fully admit to just wanting to do that song because I love David Bowie and I can. I always like to introduce the show with a song. So again, if you didn't know, this is Talking Tremors, and I am your host, Levi Dylan Burzloff-Lutt. And with the premiere of the new movie coming out March 5th, we're going to be talking about Dune 2, obviously, on this show. That's the whole point of the show, right? We talk about Dune, and we talk about Footloose, and that's the grand extent of what we talk about. I'm going to adjust this down here a little bit. I'm doing some things differently tonight. And Pangea, hold on, I got to figure out how to, wait, which way am I rotating? Okay. Pangea, oh, what the fuck? Hold on. There it is. All right, cool. Ben, I'm gonna show it later, but look back here. It's your thing. Oh my god, this print is dope, everybody. Ben Sword, Pangea and Starseed. Please go check them out on Tumblr, on Twitter. They do a great Tremors comic. And you know what? While I'm here, hold on. I wanted to. And I put it under the Tremors Lounge too, so you see it, Ben. Oh yeah, this thing is so cool. One of my new holy shit. My ears. I've been sick for like 3 weeks, which is why I haven't done a live show. So I'm really trying to figure out stuff here. But TikTok people, YouTube people, I want you to check out this fantastic artwork here. And hold on, I wonder, I'm trying something new, so hold on. Pin message, does that work? Does that pop? Okay, does that pop up when I do that? I can't tell. Oh, hold on. Oh wait, I'm supposed to, do I do like, hold on, unpin? How do I get it so that way like your messages show up? Did it show up? Did your message show up when I do that? And just as a, hold on, I'm going to do, let me know if this shows up when I pin it, Ben, if it shows up. There's a delay on I have one YouTube going over here. Does that show up on the live? Like, does it show up the comment? I'm trying something new. Oh, cool. Okay, cool. So it doesn't go away. Cool. Does it go away or do I have to click it to go away? Oh, I do. Okay, so then I unpin it. This is new for me. I'm using StreamYard because producer Sean turned me on to it. But anyway, I wanted to talk about this. Okay, cool. Wait, but does it show up like on the video? That's why I was trying to figure out. Hold on, let me see if I can get it. No, it doesn't. I don't know how to do that. I wonder if I just like click it. No, it doesn't do that. All right, that's fine. Just click off. Not everything will be perfect. I'll call everybody's comments out. If you need to, TikTok, again, go to the YouTube live stream where all the action happens and check this out. I'm going to hold this for a little bit because I want everyone to see this. This is so fucking cool. I got this in the mail a couple weeks ago, and this is from, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Ben. It's Pangea or Pangea? Is it A or B? Pangea is A, or is it Pangea B? Or is it Pangea? Which that's not it. That's not Pangea. That's what I thought. It's a I what's funny is A. Yeah. Okay, you want to know where I know? Because it's like the supercontinent, right? I'm assuming that's always what I thought. Because whenever I see Pangea, I think of the supercontinent that existed in dinosaur times. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And just as an extra, I'm only 33, but sometimes I've been feeling really old lately because I've been interacting with people. Um, Tom Strong. I have no idea what that is. Um, uh, when I see Pangea, I think of dinosaurs, which is one of my all-time favorite shows. Um, oh, and yes. Oh, and see, I spell Gaia differently. Like Pan, the god of music and flutes, the satyr god, and then Gaia, the goddess of nature. So it's, and please correct me if I'm wrong here. So I don't know, and I'm gonna hold on. Just starring comments? No, that didn't do shit. Um, but anyway, everybody here, I want everyone to know that Ben Sword, Pangea Starseam, made this, and it's fucking fantastic. I cannot. ASAP Sharky, if I know you from like Facebook or Twitter, let me know somehow. That's usually how I know people, is Facebook or Twitter. So if I know you from that, let me know so that way I can have a. I don't know your face probably, obviously, but let me know so I have a face to a name. Because thank you. And ASAP Sharky said, watching these streams has brought my love for the Tremors franchise back. And it's not the Tremors franchise. Let me correct that. It's the Tremors saga. And Mason. Shit, do I know a Mason? Fuck. Ah, man. This is why name tags people. Um, do let me know. Let me know ASAP. Do I know you from Facebook or Twitter? I'm trying to get. I'm gonna get distracted. None of this is on my list of what I wanted to talk about. I just want to hold this because it's so cool. Oh shit! Actually, I need to plug in. Fuck. I'm gonna. I don't do this. I might lose a phone or something here later, so I need to have something plugged in. Please go to Tumblr. Oh, okay, so I don't know you. Cool. Oh, okay, Mason, that's actually even cooler. That I don't actually know you and you show up to the streams. Booyah! Fuck yeah, that's a fucking Tremors fan, bro. Sorry. But anyway, I want everyone to know that Ben Sword, Pangea Starseed, whether on Twitter or on Tumblr, makes this fantastic Tremors comic. And I'm not going to add the other qualifier adjective in there, Ben, because we'll sell this. They can figure out what kind of comic it is later. That's at their own discretion. Cool. Oh, I'm going to try to. I'm going to see if I can't do the pin thing. Hold on. Is it like? Oh, they'll figure it out. Oh yeah. Hold on. I'm going to try to pin your username right here. Pin message. Let's just see if that like happens or something. But please, like, everybody, go check this out and buy it and support them as an artist. I cannot stress enough how amazing this is. And the art is amazing. Like, this is just one of my favorite. You're one of my favorite current Tremors artists. The other one would be Hunter Lurvy, and I love his what would you call them? Like his life scale model photographs. I think those are absolutely fantastic. Sorry, I'm checking things. Oh, I didn't have that one recording. That's fine. I didn't have one of my backups recording. Yeah. So ASAP Sharky, yes. If you want this on your wall, go to Pangea Starseed's Tumblr or Twitter, and buy it. I'm pretty sure you can buy it, right? You can buy prints and stuff like this. I only ever see commissions, but I think that's probably the same thing in a sense. Because Ben just sent this to. I didn't buy this. Like, that's what I love. I love you so much, and I'm gonna keep holding this for a little bit because Ben just sent this to me. Oh, cool. I might buy some stuff then, just because. I like supporting artists. Because Ben just sent this to me. I don't know why you sent this to me. I mean, I appreciate it. I think it's awesome. Thank you. Oop, oop. Oh, did I? Hold on. Oh, I gotta fast forward. Like I said, I got 1, 2, 3, 4 different things going here. So I need to like. I'm trying to partially focus. I know I'm cool, Ben. Kind of. You said that I was omnipotent, wise, and humble, and you know what? All I could think was, yeah, well, you're half right. Actually, that's Val. Yeah, well, you're half right. Because I am not. I am a person, and I think I would hope that people like watching my show because I try to be a person. I don't know. Like I have a, and yeah, honestly, every time I see someone be like, "You're so humble," I think of the weird Amish Paradise. Um, what's that? I know the lyric too. Hold on. I'm. Oh my god. It's like right there on the tip of my tongue. Uh, I'm so humble. All the humblest want to be me in the afterlife. Oh fuck. I almost have to almost sing the whole song to get that lyric right. Um, God, now it's bugging me. Shit, I can't think of anything else. Now I'm just like, I'm really trying to focus on Amish Paradise and what the lyric about humble is. Oh my God. Because it doesn't matter. The point is that I don't know. You anytime anyone's like, oh, I'm super humble, it's I don't know. You're immediately fucked. So like I like I said, I like to be a person because sometimes maybe I can be humble. A lot of times I'm not. I've actually been having a personal like back and forth relationship with my own brain lately where I'm like, man, I'm pretty awesome. Oh fuck, I'm absolutely useless and worthless and I hate who I am and I want to die. And then, yeah, it's awesome. Oh, and where's the olives? Yeah, there's the olives. I haven't done anything that deserves an olive yet. Did I do an impression? No, no. Well, I mean, well, you know what? Technically, I'm going to set this down for a moment. I have to eat an olive because the name of the episode is Kevin Bacon's Tremors pilot was a tax write-off. And mentioning Kevin Bacon's pilot is an olive. Honestly, I don't like to mention it. Y'all ask me because everyone's like, "Where's the Kevin Bacon pilot?" And I'm like, I don't. Man, do you want to know? Let's fucking find out. So, that's 2 olives. That's 2 olives, and then I have a Reuben melt sandwich from lunch that I didn't eat. So if I do something like I don't know that deserves a Reuben melt, we will cross that bridge. I will do it. Which, by the way, like the Reuben melt, like it was from Culver's, and I ate the cheese curds because you got to eat the cheese curds while they're hot. But the Reuben melt it's like a patty melt, but it's a Reuben, and it's never on the menu. But it's just what okay, I can't stare at it. I feel hold on. That's what I get for talking about it. All right, now I have eaten the Reuben melt. We have crossed that bridge. That I have eaten on the show. And another shout out to my boys at the Cult of Odd, Christopher Dunham. He's been sick lately, hasn't done a show. He's about to do a great shout out because I wore this shirt in my Tremors movie, our Tremors movie. It's not mine. It was all of us. We all made it together. But yeah, I'm gonna put this back up on the wall. But I want to spend another 30 seconds here talking about how awesome this is and thanking you, Ben. This is just so cool. And for those that don't understand, like what this is that oh yes, ASAP Sharky, Ben and I are going to Tremors Fest. Somebody would need me at a horror convention for me to go there. I don't think anybody needs me at a horror convention. I'd appreciate it if someone was like, Levi, you want to be at a horror convention to talk about Tremors? And I'd be like, yes. And then I would bring this along and I would be like, so this is the greatest piece of artwork ever. And I thank you. But I just want, the reason I really love this piece in particular is that it's Val and Earl in Tremors 2, which if you don't know the history and the story, Tremors 2 was originally supposed to have Val and Earl in it. And I've actually done a reading of Tremors 2. I actually have the script for it of the original Tremors 2 with Val and Earl, and it's got the best banter in it. It's so funny, and it just I love it so much. And we all Tremors, you know what? If there wasn't a Kevin Bacon Tremors pilot, the one thing all Tremors fans really wanted was a return of Val and Earl in Tremors. And this is a way of doing that. And I love it. And I want you to know, Ben, I think I said this to you, soulmates, they are soulmates. I did say this, but I showed my dad this. Like, I was like, oh my God, look what somebody sent me. This is amazing. And he was like, oh, it looks like the pumpkins in your movie. And I was like, well, that was kind of the idea. Like, that was the fucking point, was that this is the Graboid guts, and my pumpkins was meant to simulate Graboid guts on a incredibly cheap budget. And this is just so cool. And one thing I wanted to point out that I really love looking at this picture is this bit. Oh, I'm pointing at the wrong thing. Is this bit down here with the boot? I don't like the way that it like stretches off the boot is fantastic. It's a great artist's eye, and I absolutely love it. I'm gonna put it back up on my special wall. And again, thank you to Ben Sward, Pangea Starseed, and I'll spell it out at Pangea Starseed, which is PANGAASTARSEED. Please check them out on Twitter, on Tumblr. Go buy some art. Go support a great artist, someone who's making a Tremors comic come alive. I love it so much. And on that note, I'm actually going to go back here and bless you. I don't believe in most gods, but bless you, Ben. You get to go right here underneath the Tremors Lounge, which is something fucking Glenn Maddock left. Dumbass. I don't mind saying I don't like that man. I don't like that man at all. I do not like him, Sam. I do not like him anyway. There's another I want to shout out. There's another person making a Tremors comic. His name is Rob Dieterle. And actually, Michael O'Haver sent this to me, who, Ben, you might know from the Facebook groups. He runs Mike's Comics, Games, and More. And they're working on a Tremors comic. So the TikTok people can see it. Graboid, Shriekers, and Ass Blasters, oh my. Graboid, Shriekers, and Ass Blasters, oh my. And this is fantastic, too. I love, hold on, I'm going to turn the... He's got so much glare everywhere. I'm trying to do it just. Hold on, let me turn it down just a little bit. There we go. Yeah, there we go. God damn, the ring light is killing me on that. But you might. Well, this is Mike's Comics, Games, and More is based out of Arizona, I believe. And Michael O'Haver does live shows every Friday. Selling comics and stuff, and you might have, because Mike goes to a lot of conventions, and I know he does a lot of live shows at conventions. Hold on, if I bend this right, I don't want to bend it too much. God, that ring light bit is killing me. I'm sorry. I'm really focusing on the bit because I want everyone to see it, how cool it is. Like Michael made, Rob Dieterle made this, and there's another guy too. Ah, man, I'm usually great at memorizing names and everybody's stuff. But you can actually go buy this. This is a piece you can buy. And I just have to point out, I actually made it a point to, oh, that's where the camera is. So Shriekers is spelled wrong on this. And I was like, oh my God, I want the misprint. I want the misprint. Because if you watch Tremors 3, it also misspells Shriekers. So I think that's fucking hilarious. It's like this is more of a I consider this canon. Like they spell Shriekers wrong in the movie, so this is like canon. But they're gonna make another print where it's spelled right. But again, it's like I said, TikTok people, Shriekers is spelt wrong, and I'll show it again to the YouTube people. But I think that's so cool. Like that's one of my I was like, I want the quote unquote bad one, because I think that's even more cool than if it was right. And then I'll buy the regular real one when it's done too. But like, I want the misprint. That's so fucking cool. And then even double cool is that they also did this Do You Pooh, which is a Winnie the Pooh crossover with Tremors. Tremors 2. Sorry, I keep forgetting where the camera is. Do You Pooh, and you can see it says Poohinator on there too. Like, we're, I feel like this should have been replaced with Rabbit, the Rabbit, or Christopher Robin or something. Honestly, I don't know Pooh enough. I feel like Eeyore maybe, just like, I guess I gotta eat you. I don't want to, but it seems like that kind of day. And that was an impression. So that's olive time. Mm-hmm. Mm. I don't know why. I think it's my taste buds. Those are just like extra tang. Tang for days, baby. But yes, please go over to Mike's Comics, Games, and More. And it was actually great. I bought this, and then Mike just sent this. Like, Mike just sent this along too. Probably for the same reason Ben did. I don't know. I don't think I'm that cool. I just like Tremors a lot, to the point where I have a whole fucking podcast about it. Like, we've gone 26 minutes now of me just being like, I love this stuff. This is so cool. Because it really is. I'll trade hands. Hold on. Like I said, I'm adjusting to like doing this. There we go. Okay. That's more centered. Awesome. And Tremors is great. Some of the people at Universal suck, but we love Tremors, don't we, people? Cause it's on the underground. Grabbing Graboids on the ground. But yes, please go to Mike's Comics, Games, and More, and buy these covers. It'll help make the comic. It's fantastic. He's got tons of other stuff too. He's a Comics, Games, and More. But I wanted to show this off. I thought this was really cool. Thank you, Michael O'Haver, and again, thank you to Rob Diaterli. Again, names are hard. My name is Levi Dylan Burzloff-Lutt, as you can see from the fucking bottom of the screen. What a weird ass name. So I get it. But yeah, go check this out. This is fantastic in my mind. Graboid Shriekers and Ass Blasters. Oh my. And I'm gonna go put this back on the wall. Yeah. But yeah, that's where you guys live now. Like I said, you live in the Tremors Lounge. And then I'll show this later when I talk about We Have Issues. This is the Barreled Mary print. Because I love Anthony and Stevie. And I wanted to make sure I don't have much room. Like I said, there's back there. I don't have much. You can tell by my ceiling and everything else, I don't have much room around here. Okay. I keep getting thrown off too because I'm watching myself from behind on this one. Like, this one's like 10 seconds behind, so I'm just like, whoa, what in the Matrix is going on here? And TikTok people, again, if you want to know more about the Talking Tremors, go over to YouTube where we're hanging out. Good time. Thankfully, the Tremor Saga has been kind enough to allow me to use their TikToks and their YouTube channel. Otherwise, I would have no platform at all. So that is where we're at today, baby. All right, and yeah, wall posters. Actually, you know what? I was on point because wall posters is the first thing on my list. If you can, wall posters. And you know what? I bet you're like, whoa, hold on. You don't just improvise all of this? It's like, well, I do, but I mean, there's outlines. There's outlines. There's an outline. If you can, Kevin Bacon pilot tax write-off. And then there's tons of notes too. And I got this whole front of this book is notes. Because, I even gave a presentation on Tremors for people. Like, this is, yeah. Well, ASAP Sharky says, I watched all the Tremors movies during spring break a few years ago. Hearing you ramble about Tremors makes me want to marathon again. Well, I actually have something that's going to make you want to marathon it even more, ASAP Sharky. You haven't watched the TV show. And if you have, let me know right now. But you said I watched all the Tremors movies. So then that means Chris! Ah, Chris is here! Oh, it's time for Chris's crazy theories. Oh, uh, that was sorry. This is tangent town, baby. First stop, me. And Chris right now on the Horrific podcast with him and Colin, Colin C. Martin and Chris Androw are reviewing Tremors the series every they do 2 episodes and then they do a live stream on it. And it is like an extended third movie, and the TV show is fantastic. You can watch it on Tubi. If you want to watch Tremors the series, you can watch it either on Tubi, which is in the wrong order. And always remember, if you're watching Tremors the series, make sure you watch it in the right order. Or the Tremor Saga has it uploaded on Vimeo, and actually it's the only place besides pirating that you can get the widescreen version of Tremors the series. Every other Tremors the series is the full screen, is the tiny little screen. The one on Vimeo is the only one that has the full screen version of Tremors the series. So if you want to watch it without it being cropped all to hell, go to Vimeo and check it out. I believe it's under the Nancy Sterngood username, which, if you didn't know, is the name of the character from Tremors. A lot of people don't realize that because they don't pay enough attention. Hold on, I had to restart my TikTok live here because nobody was caring. But we'll redo this over here. But yes, go check out the TV show, and then if you got time, go check out the Horrific podcast, who has done a live stream review of all 7 of I don't say all anymore. The 7 movies, 7 of the movies, because I made a movie too. And you know what? It counts. It totally counts. All right, people. And you know what? The point of my movie was that I wanted to make all the other Tremors fan films count too. So now they all do, because now they're all in there. All 15 Tremors fan films are all in there, and it counts. It all counts. Okay. Yeah. Okay. ASAP Sharky is looking up Tremors the series. Wait, I looked up Tremors the series, and why is Dean Norris and Christopher Lloyd on there? Acting, they need a job too. And you know what? They're character actors, and they went like, "Hey, let's be in a Tremors TV show." Fucking yeah, man! Like Christopher Lloyd and Dean Norris on Tremors. How can you beat that? And you know what, Chris? And Chris is right. You can make a case that Christopher Lloyd, who appears on the show, is the biggest star they've had in the franchise besides Kevin Bacon. And you know what? As much as I love Kevin Bacon, we've heard my thoughts on Kevin Bacon. Again, this is called the Kevin Bacon Tremors pilot was a tax write-off. I feel for him. I would agree. Christopher Lloyd has been in more stuff that is easily recognizable than Kevin Bacon. Kevin Bacon is more. If you were to look at his catalog of films, you'd be able to make the case that he's a bit more of a culty kind of actor, whereas Christopher Lloyd has been in a lot of big name shit. And why am I okay? Back to the Future is huge. Honestly, Back to the Future is enough of a case to make that Christopher Lloyd is a bigger star than Kevin Bacon. Honestly, I thought of Who Framed Roger Rabbit. I think that's a great one. This is stupid. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, even though he had a smaller part in that. God, why am I? Point being is that yes, Christopher Lloyd. Of course, the person named Kevin would say that they like bacon. Wow, way to go, YouTuber. Nice. I really want to keep turning so people can see the art, but it's back there. The art's awesome. By the way, Chris, if you want some great art, go check out Pangea Starseed's art. We talked about it earlier. It was awesome. It's just back here. It's Val and Earl in the truck in Tremors 2. But yes, I would say that Christopher Lloyd is a bigger star than Kevin Bacon. That's just facts, man. Shit, you can make that case by how many conventions and stuff that Christopher Lloyd still goes to. Like he's got it going on. And Chris said, even though my name is Chris, I like bacon more. I also like the actor. Ha ha ha. It's true. It's funny. Oh man. I need to finish this. This is lemonade. But I need some water too. Because we got miles. We got miles to go, baby. Miles to churn and burn. All right, so I want to get into this because this is the main focus of this episode. It's just talking Tremors. And okay, I have talked about Tremors this whole time, so I can't be mad at myself for that. Technically, it counts. So we're going to talk about how the Kevin Bacon pilot is a tax write-off. Now, I want you all to ask questions while I'm doing this, and I will do my absolute best to inform you of everything that I've looked up. Oh, that was an impression. Shit. Thank you. And just so everybody knows, I stick my fingers in this because I'm the only one eating out of this. This is a personal jar of olives. We have other olives in the house, but this is my jar of olives for the show. So it's not like super weird. It's a little weird, but it's not like super weird. So the Kevin Bacon pilot is a tax write-off. Now, probably wondering what I mean by that. So if you've been staying up with the news, you've heard recently that the Coyote Vs Acme movie got shelved because Warner Brothers wanted to use it. I'm not even going to say Warner Brothers. David Zaslav wanted to use it as a tax write-off. And this is something I did research on this. I actually looked it up, like, how does this tax write-off thing work? So you can basically say, so, all right, we made a movie and we want to, hold on, I have to say this. Graboid enthusiast over on TikTok, this is not an unpopular opinion. They say I'll read it to you, but that's not an unpopular opinion. Unpopular opinion, but the Ass Blasters got a downgrade in Tremors 5. That's not an unpopular opinion. They're flying toothy vaginas. And you know, vaginas are great. They don't need to fly and try to kill me, man. That's not cool. You know, and hey, if a vagina is going to have teeth and fly and try to kill me, it better be a fucking metaphor, man. It better have some thematic metaphoring to it that builds on that. But if it's just a fucking vagina with teeth that flies, I'm out. Boo. Graboid enthusiast, this is the person's name on TikTok. Graboid enthusiast, if you'd like to join the big chat, head over to YouTube at the Tremor Saga. They've allowed me to use their YouTubes and their TikToks. Head over to YouTube at the Tremor Saga and join us in the chat there. That way, great comments like that can stay in the universe forever. And Pangea, this flying toothy vagina better wow me with a metaphor. It better. It fucking better, man. And yes, Salem's Lot was also a tax write-off. Hold on. Oh, that's why I was like, where's the comment stuff? So tax write-off. We were a tax write-off. Flying toothy vagina, tax write-off. Welcome to the show. This is weird. Get over it. You knew this was coming. You're on a show called Talking Tremors. Like, Dodoy. Sorry, I got lag on this side over here, so I'm just checking. I've lost some of your comments. There we go. Oh, you said flying toothy vagina, so then it didn't want it. YouTube blocked your comment. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna star it. I don't think it did it. Everybody say vagina in the comments. Vagina. I know, right? Yes. Oh, it did. Boo to you, fucking YouTube. Come on, really? Flying toothy vagina is where you draw the line. Bullshit. And is women body part. ASAP Sarky ASAP Sharky says, so you're telling me Tremors is some kind of metaphor for society? Yes. Yes, I am. I know a lot of people don't like me saying that kind of stuff, but it can be. And let it be known that the original intention of the first Tremors movie was not to do that. That was not what Brent and Steve and Ron and Nancy set out to do. However, they saw over time, especially with the way that people became overly attracted to the Burt Gummer character, that they owed something to the story to try to stretch a little bit and take it to that point where that, yes, it's not that Tremors is a metaphor for society, but it definitely has some things to say about it, especially Tremors the series. Especially Tremors the series has some very great things to say about community. That's where I wouldn't say society, but community, which is incredibly important in all Tremors movies. To the point that besides plans, community is like the theme of Tremors. So anyway, back to this write-off thing. So the way that it works is that you can make a movie, you can make a TV show, you can make some kind of entertainment property. And if you are afraid, quote unquote, that that movie or that property is not going to make as much money as you thought it would, you can write it off. And you know, I saw this compared to it's the Seinfeld thing with Kramer, where it's like they just write it off, Jerry. But what's a write off? That doesn't matter because they just write it off. Like it's not. It's what like you can say. It's really funny. I feel like when I'm saying the word write off, it's just like it becomes the semantic satiation where it's like, is that even a fucking word? I've lost it. I don't. Who am I? What's going on here? This feels like Earl Hat territory. Yes. So and yeah, ASAP Sharky, like Batgirl, was completely finished. Then all the film reels were burned. So okay. So you can make this. You can make this property. You can make this piece of entertainment. And then if the studio is afraid of not being able to collect their money back, they go like, okay, we're gonna write it off. But and people will be like, okay, but like you can write it off for a percentage. It's about like 40% of a film's overall budget that you can write off for this. And people would be like, well, you know, you made Batgirl for like $90 million, so you're only getting like $30 million back from that. Is that really worth it in the end? Rather than take the risk and, you know, make, you know, put it out there and have some kind of like money to make. And people, especially when in the case of Batgirl, have gone like, well, you know, it would have absolutely damaged the brand. And then on the flip side of that, I don't hate the movie, but The Flash, like you let Ezra Miller still go out there and like he was in a movie after everything you did, and you didn't care one bit about that tarnishing your brand, but you got Leslie Grace and Brendan Fraser in a Batman movie, and somehow that's what you're worrying about, like fucking up your bat brand. Oh yeah, Pangea damaging the absolutely flawless DC brand. I know, right? And Chris, it's funny you say. Chris says, "Write it off." Reminds me of when Homer Simpson declared bankruptcy by yelling "bankruptcy" in a courtroom. Honestly, it reminds you said that, and Caitlin and I have been watching The Office. It's playing right now. She's watching it downstairs, and I declare bankruptcy. You know, you can't just say I declare bankruptcy and expect anything to happen. I didn't say it. I declared it. And that counts as an impression. And you know what? I don't believe that. ASAP Sharky said the Flash flopped so hard that WB is apparently running out of money to make superhero movies. Bullshit. They are running out of money anyway because David Zaslav is an idiot. That's it. There's no like ifs, ands, or buts about it. Like he's just an idiot. That's why they're running out of money. Every time I do that, that's what makes that happen. Okay. I swear I'm not getting distracted. I'm trying to, like I said, I have so many things moving around here. This is a new setup, folks. It's new. Um, uh, it is, and I think honestly, we joke about how write it off sounds like I declare bankruptcy, these kinds of things, because that's kind of it. Like people don't realize that like writing that when you start to incorporate, hey, remember the 80s and 90s? Oh my god, I haven't seen you in so long. Yo, what's up, dude? Share this. Everybody hit that like, subscribe, and share button. Share this all over the place. I hella appreciate it. And again, if you're on TikTok and you want your comments to remain forever, head over to the YouTube live at the Tremor Saga. That's where the cool kids hang out. Honestly, I like the YouTube live because your comments stay forever. Like that's the the Tremor Saga lets me use the TikTok as a way of porting people around here. So, but thank you. Remember the 80s and 90s. We're talking about the Kevin Bacon Tremors pilot is a tax write-off. This is actually the name of the episode on the YouTube. Is Kevin Bacon's Tremors pilot was a tax write-off, because sometimes I'm just not creative. And so anyway, the point of so when we're talking about how if you have like a $90 million production like Batgirl, no, you're not lagging. You're good. Oh no. TikTok is not lagging. I'm lagging because I got like 4 different screens running, so I'm spinning plates like crazy. Let me know if I'm fucked up though. So you have a $90 million production like Batgirl. You can write off 40% of the production, so you're only getting like 30 million. But here's the rub that I found out, and this applies to the Kevin Bacon Tremors pilot, is that you can write off future expenses. Whoa. That was like when I was reading up on this, that was my game changer. And I've known about this, that the pilot was a tax write-off for a very long time. Like I have been saying this hell since they canceled Batgirl, and I was like, oh, that's what they did. That's what they did to the pilot. That is 100% what they did. But since it was in 2018, at a time that nobody was really looking at that kind of thing or caring about it, it didn't become news. It wasn't a big thing. And again, it's that tremor. Like, oh, Tremors is weird. Ooh, Tremors is that thing that person on the podcast talks about. That's like, ooh, that's a weirdo thing. But as we all know, Tremors fans are everywhere. We are legion. We're shriekers, man. We eat stuff and we throw more of us up. And and to ASAP Sharky's question, yes, the pilot for the Kevin Bacon Tremors pilot was shot, finished editing, finished the CGI on it. Like everybody calls out that Graboid at the end of the trailer is CGI and it's bad CGI, and that means it wasn't done. That's actually a practical effect, folks. That Graboid is a practical effect. They had everything done. They had all of the effects works done. It was edited. It was shot. It was everything. And I know this because it's my fucking job to know this. I know, right? Like, it's one of those, trust me, bro. You're listening to the Talking Tremors podcast. You better fucking trust me, bro. Like, this is what, because, hey, I'm the one that found the Kevin Bacon pilot script and leaked it for everybody. So, like, and when I say this, that, like, we're never going to see the actual physical form of the pilot, trust me. Like, absolutely trust me on that, because I've been DMing Vincenzo Natali for a while now, and that man, he's the one who directed the pilot, is so sad about it, and he knows, and he's English is his second language. He's a native Spanish speaker, and he sees the writing on the wall better than we do coming into this, of just like, no, the English people are never gonna allow me to do anything with that ever, because I'm always like, hey, you're like, pass it over here, pass me that pilot, bro. Just bring the pilot over here, man. Hold on, I'm gonna see if that actually works. Bring that pilot over here. Bring me that Kevin Bacon Tremors pilot, man. That looks like good shit, man. And I'll pass it, and nobody will know it was you. And it doesn't matter. It's not let it. I was talking about this in my last episode. I actually did an interview segment with Run for Your Lives podcast where I had them on the show, and we were talking about it. And the people that made the Tremors pilot, the creators of it, which are Vincenzo Natali and Andrew Miller. Andrew Miller is the writer, and he's the one that actually, there were supposed to be 8 episodes. It was a mini series. He had it all written and planned out and everything. And that man is so sad. Andrew Miller actually like just disappeared from the entire internet after that got canceled. Like, I wish that was a joke. Like, it broke him so much because he loved Tremors and he really wanted to do it justice. And then they went like, no, fuck you, babe. That was an impression. Damn it. And it broke him. It fucking broke him. And if you don't know, Andrew Miller has actually been writing for a long time. Him and Vincenzo Natali met on Cube. Andrew Miller was one of the writers, and Andrew Miller played Kazan in Cube. He hasn't done anything since 2018. It literally broke his spirit. He used to have a Twitter. And this is where I got a lot of information. He ended up deleting it because he poured his whole life into Tremors, even on like social media, that like everybody would always like, hey, anything. And eventually he was just like, I'm out. I can't do this anymore. And this is I'm going to read 2 of these comments here. So Pangea says, yeah, the fishiest thing to me is that they just never released it despite canceling it. And then ASAP Sharky says, how does Tremors not get picked up, but Big Mouth gets 10 more seasons? This is the truth right here. And then we'll back up here for even more sketchiness. All right. In what world does it seem like a good idea to greenlit, shoot, edit, and finish a pilot and then show it? They showed it around to people. Like, it has been showed to people. Actually, the one person that I'm always trying to like get it in on is they showed it at ATX, which is the Austin, Texas Film Festival. And if I could find that one person who was there in the projector booth to be like, yo, slide me that pilot. God, that was an impression. That's why the olives are here. I could get them. No, it's not on YouTube. ASAP Sharky, the best you're going to find the Kevin Bacon Tremors pilot is that I did a reading of it on this show like 2 years ago when I found the script. I found the script and I did a whole reading of it. It's only 60 pages. My reading ends up being like an hour and a half long. I think I do a pretty good job of it with all my voices, all my things, all my little babies. I'm here. Look at, you got to come in like that. And you're just going to be like, where's my Kevin Bacon pilot? I don't know. I just want to watch the Graboids. All the little Graboids come in and they go like, yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't know why I did Meatwad of all things. Because one of my favorite things about the Kevin Bacon Tremors pilot, I'm just going to keep repeating it. I'm not going to eat an olive for that because I'll eat the whole fucking jar repeating it over and over again. One of my favorite things about the Kevin Bacon Tremors pilot is the songs in it. There's a motif that gets played sort of 4 Non-Blondes, What's Up? Well, I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and I get really high and I scream from the top of my lungs, what's going on? And this ends up being like the thematic nougaty center of what Kevin Bacon's character is. Like 25 years and my life, 30, actually, because it's not the intro song. Actually, it might be. No, there's a song No, there's a different song for the intro. It's the song that's the climax. So I'll tell you this. So what ends up happening is there's this cult that like worships graboids that are called the Desperados. Oh my god. It's been a while since I've read it. The Desperados, and they worship graboids. There's the Hunter Parrish, who you know from Weeds and who's in Godspell. Sorry, he's the Jesus character in Godspell, and I don't even like religion, and I fucking love him in Godspell. And these, is it I'm gonna say, that's still not the right word. Debilitators. It's a D word. It's a D word. That's a bad word. It means a bad thing or something like that. This cult that worships graboids is basically like, it's very, oh man, it's very cool. It's very cool, Pangea. This cult that worships graboids is basically obviously trying to bring like graboids back to the surface. And there's even this thing where the character who's played by Tokes Ogunduye, that's not her name in the script, but that's the character's name, is even having like connective visions with the graboids. And it actually gets explained later on that that's like an ancestral thing. Like that's from her, like her lineage, like because graboids have been around since pre-Cambrian, pre-Denovian times, if you want to be specific, been around forever. So our genetics are who we are as people has gotten crossbred and in and out along the way, which is actually a concept that I've worked on in my own Tremor scripts when I take it far back. That's the Tremors Ouroboros, baby. And the debilitators are trying to like bring back the graboids, and there's this point at the climax that the Hunter Parrish character is basically telling Val that like, you are a bad person because you tried to kill this form of nature, and nature tried to kill you 25 years ago because you're just, look at you, you're a washed up hack, you're riding on this nostalgia wave, you don't mean anything anymore, and you built your fame off of killing Godzilla. And like, if like a cult was to worship Godzilla and be like, you know, supreme power, you killed it, and like that's what you built your life on. And so he's like, so in order for you to atone for this, you have to be eaten by it, because again, they're a cult. It's a fucking cult. They're not, are they thinking right? I don't fucking think so. And you know what's funny? I'm wearing a Cult of Odd shirt. That's hilarious. Buy the Cult of Odd merch at the Cult of Odd store with Christopher Dunham, and check out Cult of Odd on YouTube and Twitch. Man, I'm doing great tonight. I'm fucking killing it. And this cult, yes, the trailer's great. And again, ASAP Sharky, when you're done watching the live stream, I encourage everyone to go to the Talking Tremors playlist that the Tremor Saga made on this YouTube channel and check out my reading of the Kevin Bacon Tremors pilot. I think I do a pretty good job. Yes. And if you want to know what it is, it's a great way. And then the script's linked in there too. Or you can go to the Tremor Saga Facebook group, and then there's a PDF version of it in the files section. So anyway, this cult is like, okay, Kevin Bacon or Val, you've got to like atone for killing graboids, blah blah blah. And so, hey, you got to get eaten. And he ends up saying like, well, make some noise. Like, Dan, there's like literally like one of those old West things was like, dance, boy, let me see, without guns, but like, dance, show me how you dance. And so then Kevin Bacon's character like starts, I'll even stand up while I do this. Like 25, hold on, I gotta do an impression. I gotta do his voice too. Okay. 25 years and my life is still trying to get up that great big hill of hope for a destination. Like he's like stomping on the ground trying to get the graboid to come. And then the guy's like, and Hunter Paris is like, no, louder. And he's like, and so I scream from the top of my lungs, what's going on? And the Graboid comes out of the ground in wonderful, terrifying fashion. And do I want to spoil it? Do I spoil it? Or do you care enough? Are you gonna go watch the pilot episode that I did? I feel like we have gone past trust me, bro, and we have entered see Benji, no. You all need to go watch it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna tell you what happens, because that's the climax, baby. And it's like we're up here and we're wow. Yeah, that's marketing. You now have to go and watch me actually do it. And then this is where a lot of people, when they watch the trailer, they say like because Val has a line in the trailer like, oh, they don't plan, they don't strategize, and they're like, excuse me, did you hold on, where's my excuse me, Mr. Bacon, I believe you did not live through the first Tremors movie, at which point the Graboids were known for planning and strategizing. And what's ironic about that complaint is that's actually the point of his line, is that he is wrong. He is so caught up in his nostalgia and what he thinks the Graboids are that he has forgotten and he doesn't know. And it actually, this is the end of it, where Val says, forget everything I said, run. And that's the end of the pilot. Like, you can figure out, maybe there's something that happens there in the middle that you don't know about. And it's really interesting. But that's there's the line of like, oh, you know, Earl wasn't there to give him back the brain cell. No, he needed Rhonda as much as Earl's great. No, he needed Rhonda. Well, Earl and Val need Rhonda. That's let's be honest here. If Rhonda wasn't around for the first Tremors movie, Earl and Val would be so dead. That whole town would be dead. They would have been debating how to get that Graboid on a winch, on a truck, as they got eaten. Like, they were so caught up in that one moment where they were like, oh, no, don't want to winch it, gonna tear it all up. See, ASAP Sharky, this is another trust me, bro. Actually, it's funny. It's not a trust me, bro, because I can say, go watch me read the pilot, and you'll know exactly. This isn't even a trust me. This is the reality. Earl is in the pilot. And I can't say that Fred Ward is specifically. However, the seeds and the groundwork and the plans are so clearly there for Earl to be there. I don't know where I was going with that. Because, all right, hold on, I got to do one of these over here on the talk tickers. I'm leaving you in suspense. Oh no. And yes, Rhonda had the lighter. Always remember that. I got it. Here we go. Way to go, girl. That was an impression. Mm-hmm. Earl is mentioned several times in the pilot, to the point of almost being like a nuisance to Val. Because there's an Earl's, I think it's like Earl's handyman and plumbing service or something similar to that. That there is a Graboid, there's a Perfection Graboid attraction like Earl and Grady's Monster World in Perfection. And there's a bit where Val has to like go check on something there, and there's this character by the name of Nico. Is it Nico? Oh man, it's the guy that's fucking his daughter. Well, yeah, right. You gotta find out. the character of Nico is like, you can't work on any of Earl Bassett's properties without an Earl Bassett representative present. And Val is like, you know, man, I've been doing Graboid stuff since before you were born. And Nico's still like, it doesn't matter. You have to, like, an Earl Bassett representative has to be there. And because I work for Earl Bassett, that's me. And yes, so you know, TikTok people, we're talking about the Kevin Bacon Tremors pilot. So if you want to know why it's a tax write-off, welcome to this club. And yeah, I know you can't. Thank you. Yes, ASAP Shark. Thank you. You're reading it. I know that, like Deathless Iceman boy. Tremors is amongst my top 5 favorite franchises. It's a saga, not a franchise. Franchise means money. We don't want Universal making no fucking money. It's a saga for a reason. It's a story. But Deathless Iceman boy, if you want your comments to stay forever instead of just being on TikTok, we are over here at the Tremors Saga's YouTube channel where this is live right now, and I would love for all of your comments to live forever over here because then they get deleted on the TikTok, and it really makes me sad. So like you said, if you want to be a part of the ultra epic conversation over here on the YouTube, come check it out. This has been we are talking about Kevin Bacon's Tremors pilot was a tax write-off. And yes, Earl Bassett was going to be in it. And we haven't talked about this yet. Yes, Bert and Heather Gummer were going to be in it. Right? And I know a lot of people are always like, oh, well, Michael Gross wasn't asked to be in it. That's because at that point in time, you're just shooting a pilot. They hadn't gotten to the area yet of like, we're going to call Michael Gross to let him know, hey, you want to be in it. Because you can't, like, you can write it out. And as a writer, like, I know this myself, like, you can write it out. Hey, I'm going to plan for this. If we get money and if we get greenlit, then, hey, I'm going to call Michael Gross and let him know. But until that happens, you really can't. Like, it's not feasible. But you still write it. And that's a good writer will tell you that. Always plan, always plan, always plan, always plan. That's why Tremors has always been about the writing, because it's all about plans. But yes, so the Kevin Bacon pilot, Earl was going to be there. Bert and Heather were going to be there. There's Val is a washed up drunk, and there's Graboid cultists. There's Graboid cultists who are worshiping the Graboids. There's actually, and then, so as fans of the TV show will know, there is hints that Mixmaster, Proudfoot, and the Trilateral Corporation would all be involved. Fucking mic drop plot twist. And actually, this is a good thing that I wanted to get to. ASAP Sharky says, wait, in the universe of the pilot, did all the other movies still happen? So here's the thing. Universal told Andrew Miller, no, you don't get to, this is a complete reboot sequel. You're not allowed to look at the other movies as inspiration. And Andrew Miller went like, yeah, totally, I'll do that. I won't reference the other movies and stuff at all. I don't care about them. They don't exist. But you can, if you're a good enough writer and you understand the story and how that all works out, you can clearly tell that he went like, yeah, no, fuck you guys. I'm going to do this anyway. What was that? I'm sorry. I can't. Oh, yeah. Oh, oopsie. Oh, I'm so sorry. Those other references to the other Tremors movies came in. Oh, my bad. I didn't know how that happened. Well, we're already filming it, so whoopsie daisies. But they're there. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, if you spent the last 25 years, 30 years of your life loving Tremors like I have, you know full well what you can do to make shit like that happen. You're just like, oh, what was that? So yeah, it's yes. Officially, no. In reality, yes. So let's get back to the tax write-off. we went clear the fuck way over there about it. But let's get to the tax write-off of it. Because I was talking earlier how when it comes to the Kevin Bacon Tremors pilot tax write-off, you can write 40% of your budget and jazz. Hold on one second. I need to unplug something and replug it. Uno momento, por favor. Lo siento. Más o menos. Aha. Sí, así. That doesn't count as an impression. That's just an accent. I said it. You don't get to count it. Hold on, I need to pop that there. All right, cool. That'll sit there. No, it wasn't like a big budget. It was like $20 million, maybe, like maybe for that. And excuse me, sorry, things got weird there. All right, it was like $20 million, maybe, for the whole thing. Honestly, 18. No, I'm gonna go back. $18 million. I was gonna not say 18 because it's 2018, but it's about $18 million. I'm thinking. And here's the funny thing. That's so much hard research on my end, figuring out that to the point of it's trying to find budget numbers for anything non-Stampede Universal. Non-Stampede Tremors is fucking impossible because Universal works like a son of a bitch to hide their numbers for how much budget it is, because you can the budget number is the one you can do this with, you can flex with and have a little fun with if you're an accountant. All right, so this oh, I don't know if you might have been reading the pilot when I said that, ASAP Sharky, but yes, there was actually 8 episodes planned. There is one where it was like a Mad Max, where they all had to drive across the desert trying to get somewhere at once. And it was all like one miniseries, one long story. So there would be episodes, but it was just like broken up into thematic chunks. There was an episode where they were basically going to have to get across town without making any noise because the Graboid's there. Then there would have been another episode that's a bottle episode where it's just everybody in Chang's market, where the biggest monsters are the emotional monsters coming out. Everybody's feelings and shit coming out. And then obviously Earl Bassett would have shown up. Bert and Heather would have shown up. Yes, there was way more. Like I said, there's 8 episodes that Andrew Miller had made, written before everything got shit canned. So let's say that the Kevin Bacon pilot, we'll call it 20 million just to be fun and safe. All right. So this 40% of 20 is 5. I am not great at math. 5. Correct me if I'm wrong. Somebody who has a calculator, because while I may have all of these things up right now, I don't have a calculator. Damn it, math teacher, you were right. Let's say it's 5 million. ASAP. Okay, damn it, ASAP. You should is all I'm going to say. I'll say your comment later, but you should is my response to that. $5 million that you can make as your tax write-off if you were going off of the budget. But here's the rub. As I said earlier, you can add into your tax write-off what you would have spent. All right. So if you are saying that the Kevin Bacon pilot was $20 million to make, you can also go, well, we still would have had to make the other 8 episodes. So let's conservative. $1 million an episode. Because honestly, once you have the town built and everything, the rest becomes easy. You know, let's 5 million an episode. So that's 8. That's $40 million. All right. So now that's $10 million, and that's So that's 15 off of your 5 that you had before. So now you're 75% of the way to making that 20% back. And now here comes the real, like, whoa, hold on. Especially when you think about Batgirl. The marketing budget. If you know anything about Hollywood entertainment, the marketing and merchandise budget. It's not even merchandise. Merchandise, that's a whole separate discussion. I could make a whole episode about that. Marketing your TV show. You can say any number to do that. Like, let's say, okay, so that was 40 million, $60 million to make the TV show overall. You could say that it takes you $60 million to market it. Do you really need $60 million to market it? No, but think about it. All of your Marvel movies, everything like that, if you're spending $102 million budget on it, you still end up spending half of that on your marketing every time. You can look at this is basic math when it comes to that. You're always going to spend half of your budget on marketing. Honestly, you don't need to. And in the case of Tremors, as we've learned, sometimes their marketing is shit and they don't do anything and they're still spending money on marketing. Which is, again, another story entirely. So let's say now we've spent $20 million on the pilot. We spent $5 million per 8 episodes on the pilot. Now we're at $40 million. That's $60 million. Okay, we're going to spend $30 million on the marketing. Hold on, did I do that right? Yep, 45 times 8 is 40. Yes. We're going to spend $30 million on the marketing. Guess what? Another 40% out of that $30 million. Shit, this is hard. Is that 9? I think that's $9 million. So boom, now you're over your original $20 million that you were trying to make off of that. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna write this down. We're now at the point where I need to write math down. Okay, so hold on. So 20 million, right, with 40, and the 40 million, and then the 30 million. Okay. So honestly, let's just do 20, 40, 60, 90. Okay, 90. Someone take $90 million divided by 40% for me, please. Jesus, I should have done this math a lot sooner, folks. I apologize. And you know what? We'll get to your question. Why don't they just drop it on Prime or Peacock in a second here? So let's say, okay, 50, so 45. We'll say $40 million. All right. Oh, wow. Hold on. Is that right? Oh, it is right. Oh, no. You know, hell, let's be conservative. $35 million you could write as your tax write. You could do as your tax write-off for a show that you won't even, that nobody, like, again, who cares? They're Tremors fans. Because here comes the extra bit of rub on this. At the same time that they're making the Kevin Bacon pilot, they're also shooting Tremors 6, A Cold Day in Hell. See, and this is where I always have a problem, and it's extra fishy of just like, so you're shooting the pilot that you say is going to have no connection to any of the movies at the same time that you're shooting the movie. Make that make sense to me. Make it make sense to me. Please, I beg you. Make that make sense to me. In any kind of like, oh yeah, no, we're not doing some weird money laundering in the background. And this is where I love the Horrific podcast and Chris and Colin, because Colin figured this out without any of my input, where like from 5 to 6, he started to be like, you know, there's something weird going on here. And I love his little, it's like there's, you know, like shoes in the dryer. You can hear them back there in the dryer, and they're just tumbling around. They're just going tickety, 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 back there, laundry shoes, doobity-doop, talk, talk. He's Irish, and that was a terrible Irish accent, but we'll count it as an impression. And major, like, whoa, 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 okay, whoa. Like I said, How can you be making a TV show that's going to ignore the continuity at the same time you're making a movie that doesn't ignore the continuity? Make that make sense to me. Make it make sense to me. If I ever got a Universal executive in the room, it would be like, make that make sense to me. And one that has something to do with the money, not someone like Cher Stallings, who's a great producer, and I appreciate it, or Patty Jackson. And, you know, like, you got to think, too, that Tremors 5 happened in 2015 and did well enough for there to be a Tremors 6. And Tremors 6 did well enough for there to be a Tremors 7. So, like, if there's an audience and a people here for it, how do you go from one movie being greenlit to then let's greenlit the pilot? And I'm repeating myself because it just doesn't make any fucking sense. All right. It makes zero sense. It makes zero sense. I don't even care that I'm repeating myself because it's just like, it makes zero sense. Somebody in the comments right now, I need you to tell me that, like, I'm crazy and I'm wrong and I don't know what I'm talking about. I am begging anybody right now to just be like, no, look, you don't know math. You're stupid. Shut up. Tremors is stupid. Why are you talking? Anybody. I'll wait because I'm doing this thing. I'm restarting the TikTok. I'll wait. I don't believe in dead air. We'll be underground. And I'm not gonna wait that long because I know nobody has an answer to it. Because to go to ASAP Sharky's question, nice ASAP. I don't believe you, but I appreciate it. Tremors is mid. All cap, full send. ASAP Sharky asked, man, why don't they just drop this on Prime or Peacock? The answer is tax fraud. All right. So once you write a movie off as a tax write-off, God, every time I say it, it's just the write-off, bankruptcy. I declare bankruptcy. You can never, ever show that to anybody ever again. Oh, ASAP, you should have left your message. I liked it. I knew you were joking, man. ASAP Sharky said Tremors is mid. Let it be known. I've said it out loud on the live, so it doesn't matter if you deleted it. Once you say this is a write-off, you're basically saying we disavow all money we would make on this. So if you show it, you'd have to enter into a contract with somebody. You'd have to enter into a contract with Netflix. You'd have to enter into a contract with Prime, with Peacock, with anybody to show it. And some form of money would need to exchange hands. And because you've said, oh, we're not making any money on it, the minute you do, you are now liable for tax fraud. And the IRS can pin your ass. This is why they burnt, or I don't know if they burnt it. That seems overdramatic. They destroyed all copies of Batgirl. Because if anybody sees Batgirl, Warner Brothers can be in serious tax trouble. And, and as a point of fact, tax trouble is so bad that it got Al Capone. Tax trouble is the thing that can nail anybody when it comes to that, like, at all. Like, that's the thing that, like, will fuck you over. If you're a giant corporation, would still fuck you. That's the only thing a $1 billion corporation like Universal would be afraid of, is someone from the IRS coming in and looking at their books. Because there has been so much cooking of the books over the years that's something that's where the phrase Hollywood accounting comes in. If you never heard of it, look it up. Did you know that Lord of the Rings, Men in Black, honestly, I could probably tons of others, but that's just the ones off the top of my head. But honestly, Lord of the Rings is the one I think of the most. That Lord of the Rings has never made any money. Ever. And they had a showing of Batgirl for the cast and crew and then destroyed it. That's different than selling it to any network and having them stream it. That's a cast and crew thing. And that's where, when it comes to Coyote versus Acme, it got shown to cast and crew in small screenings. And this was before they knew that it was going to get shit canned. And everybody's been like, oh my God, why we would have tried to save it in some way. Like it's one of those things where like if you work that hard on something, even if you don't end up showing it to anybody, you would rather it live on your hard drive. You download copies of it and you just show it to your friends. And then at least all of that work didn't go to waste. Even if only 10 people end up seeing it, at least all of that effort didn't just go right out the window. All right. So I lost my place. Hold on. Where was I? Somebody tell me. Tax fraud. So yeah, like Universal can get fucking reamed up the asshole for tax fraud. And this is another thing. And actually, this is what I used to say. I still kind of say it, but I like Don Michael Paul now. I used to have this joke about, so why did, and that's a good one. Hold on, I'll say that in a second, ASAP. Why did Universal choose to film in South Africa twice? And I know that there's the behind the scenes issue of like they wanted to film in Bulgaria, but then there was a giant snowstorm and they couldn't do it. All right, that's fair. That's fine. But you can't go anywhere else. There's no other climates that works to film snow in. You have to go back to South Africa. And the reason is South African tax credits. Whoa, right? And even more so when you're wondering, like, hold on a minute, is that why they went to Thailand? Yes. Thai tax credits. Like, you can get your tax credits filming overseas. And even more so because it's an overseas budget, you can fudge numbers a little easier. You can make things appear and disappear at will. And you're in another country. It's a lot harder for an American government to figure out what you did. Sure, you're going to have to report some of that back to the American government, but they don't know what you were doing over there. They weren't there. They didn't have officials there. So like, no, Africa. Well, and think about this. Is Africa cheaper to film in when you consider bringing actors over, bringing equipment over, bringing people over? In the end, and they use a lot of South African crew for those movies. A lot of great people. I'm trying to bring a lot of them to Tremors Fest. And like, you could do that in Canada too. Canada has a pretty good tax credit program. Like every sci-fi fan knows that we've been filming in Vancouver, Canada for a really long time. Every Stargate fan knows that because every planet fucking looks like Vancouver or British Columbia. Like, it's just one of those things. Canada is right there and it's closer. So it's like, okay, what's your tax business? What are you doing here? This seems odd. And that's what, like, let it be known that I am no tax professional. I had trouble with numbers earlier. All right, folks. So I have done what research that I can, and I've been doing this tax write-off thing I did recently. I have been looking into this for a while now. When it comes to the Kevin Bacon pilot, no one has tried to figure it out more than me. And that's to go back to Ben's thing about like you're so humble. That's not even me. I don't even need to be humble. I know this. I know for a fact because the fucking guy that wrote the Tremors book is now the one that asks me questions. So I know that. If John Melville, who wrote the fucking Tremors guide, is the one asking me questions about what's happening now, then I'm pretty fucking sure that I just might know. I don't know everything either. I know a lot. I made it my business to know it a lot because I have this podcast where I have to say this stuff aloud, and I don't like to sound like an idiot. That's failed. Sorry. And yeah, ASAP Sharky. I'm from Canada. Can confirm. And you know what, ASAP, while we're here, and I paused for a moment, you should write a Tremors short story. You should write a Tremors book. You should write a Tremors comic. You should make an animated Tremors movie. You should make a Tremors song. You should make a Tremors music video. You know what? crazy world, you could make a Tremors movie. You know, like somebody. I don't. Maybe did I make a Tremors movie? Did I make one? I did. Me? I made a Tremors movie, and this was my little baby Graboid that I used in it. Yes, I encourage everyone to make all kinds of Tremors stuff. You know what? I'm gonna get the olive out because it's right here. Feed me, as if you feed me Graboids, I can grow big. ASAP Sharky, guess what? I never went to film school. All I've done is watch movies and love movies. And I have made 3 Tremors films with a 4th one on the way. I have made a 7-minute long conversation between Bert and Earl, where Earl alludes to the fact that he's going on his last mission and it's going to be dangerous. And Bert's like, whoa, what's going on, buddy? I miss you. I made a Tremors movie that's my character of Steve Eve Gross, who goes and tries to find a lost cow only to discover that Graboids are real when the cow gets eaten in front of them. And then I got to kill it. That's a 20-minute long feature. Then I just finished one last month with a bunch of my friends where these things, I had little baby Graboids were our primary antagonist. I had a few household chemicals in the proper proportions. And one of my all-time super duper silly favorite effects. Oh, God. Graboid tentacle. And actually, this is the side that we use, the brown side. This is when it's, the socks weren't in it. This is actually for a puppet portion. But then we put our arms up through it. And then the cats are outside! Molly! Oh my God! The door's closed! Molly! I can't show you the cats! Oh my God! I kind of want to go get one. For Molly, I might just go get a cat. And yes, ASAP Sharky, these are incredibly low budget. As a friend of mine, Justin Edwards, said on the Brews and Cruise podcast by Chris Jacobson, I think we spent about $178, and $170 of that was on food. Yeah, I did. Damn it, Molly! Now I want to get the cats. But in essence too, so Molly Fuel is here. Molly Fuel's husband, who's Joe Evans, who's one of my longtime improv partners. We finally got to be in a movie together because Joe came down and was in the movie, and he had a couple of lines. Go back to Jurassic Park, Goldblum. That counts as an impression. And now Joe wants to do a Julius Sumner Miller video for Graboids, which if you've never seen it, we used to watch it in school all the time. It's this guy named Julius Sumner Miller who would do physics presentations, and he would just a lot of like this. And I was just about to do the rubbing the ball one with the electromagnetism. But Joe wants to do one with as his character as a Julius Sumner Miller type talking about Graboids, but then he also wants to be eaten too. So that's the whole thing. Can't wait. Like I said, I'm personally working on it. And then Justin Edwards is also writing a script, Tremors, Shifting Sands. That we're all going to go up to Winona, and that includes you, Molly. He better be fucking writing you into the script because we all should be going, because fucking Chris, I don't know if you listened to that episode of Brews and Cruise, Molly. Chris could not stop talking about you. It was really strange. I think it might have been because you're like you work at a brewery, but like he mentioned you more than he mentioned any of us, like at all. Like it was just like, oh my god, Molly's the superstar of Brews and Cruise right now. It was just so odd. I am not doing that math, Kevin. Somebody wants to do this math. How much is 19,154 pies divided by 61 pies? I don't know. I don't do math. we discovered this earlier when I tried to divide 90 by 40%. I still don't know what it was. I'm going to guess somewhere between 30 and 40 million. That's my guess. But yeah, and Molly too. Like I really want Molly to be in the next one. I don't know how yet. Yeah, Molly's the superstar of Brews. Period. It was so weird. Like I was like, what the fuck, Chris? Like, are the rest of us like chopped liver? You don't care about like because he was even specifically like, this is where I was like, oh, thanks, man. He was talking about the time that we all went up to Minnesota or went up to Winona to watch Chris do the wrestling, and he was like, yeah, and wasn't Molly there with her like husband? And he never said Joe. I'm pretty sure he might have said what, but he just kept saying Molly and her husband, and I'm just like, rude. And it was funny too. I know Chris will never listen to this podcast. I got lucky that Chris listened to this podcast when Justin was on, so I can say all of this in full And you know what? If Chris wants to come on, if Chris is here right now, and Chris is like, so no, I talked about Molly because she's hot and funny and she makes beer. I'd be like, okay, you know what? Bravo, cool, great. That at least explains something. But it's just so weird. I want Molly to be in it. Actually, so like I just want everyone to know the Kevin Bacon pilot was a tax write-off. If you want more information, I'll talk about it later. But now I'm in this segment where I wanted to talk about this. Like, man, like I was having a problem. Like, I love the movie that we made, and I thought it was fun. But I'm like, man, you know what? It's a real sausage fest, and I need more women in my next movie. Oh, I have a ninth. Oh my god, I have been saying all of this shit to a ninth grader. Fuck. Okay. Whoops. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm okay. That's okay. We'll deal with that mental bridge as I'm crossing it right now. It's funny. I just assume everyone is like 60 years old, so that's my fault. I really want more women in the next sequel. Like I just like, and Molly, you probably know her too. Lindsay Croats. She was at the wedding. Lindsay really wants to be in it, and actually, Lindsay was even like messaging me like, "Hey, if you need help writing the script or like writing characters or ideas or stuff, like let me know." And I was like, "Oh my god, yes, I will," because I really want more women in it. And honestly, I think in my mind, that's gonna like. She might end up being like the main character. That was where I was going with it. Like that was my like Molly, if you want to be her best friend or something, I don't know. Because I was thinking about because I've been brainstorming it. And you know what? And in fairness, I'm not just saying that. Yeah, Lindsay is rad. Lindsay does burlesque too, and she's awesome. This is on here, or I'll get it close. Or hold on. Oh yeah. Oh, damn it. I'm doing the wrong direction with my fingers. Tremors, Death Dance, Mirabilia, My Death, Oliver, Writing to Watch, Rob, he's shifting stands and reshoots with that. So I already planned on talking about this tonight, which this is a Talking Tremors exclusive. The name of my sequel is Tremors, Death Dance. Blah, 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 blah. And, sometimes I worry about my titles being like really pretentious or something. Because like Tremors, Far Afield, what? Tremors, Hunting Ground, what? It's like, you know what? I don't care. I think it's fun and awesome. Honestly, Hunting Ground is my favorite that I've done so far. Because we were hunting the ground and we were on the Graboids hunting grounds because we were hunting. It's so stupid, I know, but I love it. But Death Dance, Tremors Death Dance. Um, and this is not a spoiler if you've watched this show. Uh, I really want to kill myself. Like I don't mean like me. I'm pretty cool with myself. I've got my own personal issues, and we just climb that mountain every day, baby. But as a filmmaker and an editor, I hate looking at myself. Like this is so. Like I wish you understood that the reason I get on so many tangents and I go out like all over the place with this show sometimes is I'm watching myself here and here and here. And actually, Molly will understand this because that was what we were doing when we did a live episode with everybody. Um, and it was everyone was like, I don't what where are we looking? What are we doing? Justin had the same thing when he was up, and Caitlin too, and the boys, the nephews are just like, where am I? What am I doing? What am I looking? Because I hate looking at myself. It's just like, oh my god, this is. And when you got to edit and you're in and out every day, editing yourself over and over again, you got to hear your voice. That's why I don't edit this podcast besides the beginning and the end. I'd leave the middle because I just don't care. If I said something, I don't care. I said it, and I'm not going to listen to it again. I appreciate all of you listening to me. Like, thank you. But me listening to me, I have to listen to myself inside my own head. I just can't take it. So this Tremors Death Dance, I want to get eaten by a Graboid so fucking hard, man. I cannot tell you. I want it to be in the middle of the movie, and I want it to be like really heartfelt and epic and emotional. And I want to die in the cool way, baby. But I do. So then the rest of the movie, the rest of the characters go on, and they got it. And that's actually the motif or the theme of it, and it's why it's called Tremors Death Dance. Is a death dance is an actual thing, and it's about focusing, or it's about taking a look at the role that death plays in our lives. Death dance is actually a type of play that its motif is examining your own mortality and like what you do once you're dead. Like that's, and I think that's what I wanted to be, because the partial point of it is that if you have a character who is always in each one, you get complacent. Even the characters do. The characters inside your I was gonna say novel, your writing get complacent because they can assume that character is going to be the one to save them. That's the Burt Gummer character in Tremors, which is why I don't have a problem with Burt Gummer exiting the series, quote unquote. I just have a problem with how Universal screwed over Michael Gross. Is that like if Michael Gross wanted to leave, that's fine, but you got to examine how a person affects the narrative as they go on, and it's actually what I want to accomplish with it from my own personal writing aspects is I want to examine the role that I have in people's lives, and like asking myself that question of like, if I'm not around, do people still continue to do things and I don't want to say in my way, in a good way. Does my influence live on? It's that great Terry Pratchett thing where a person dies twice. Once when they die, and the second time when their name is said for the last time ever. And I think that is so beautiful and poignant because it's our memories that live on far, far past when we are gone. Like Fred Ward may be gone, but I have this wonderful, can't point in the right place, this wonderful picture of him to live on forever. He lives on. And Fred Ward will live on forever. Earl Bassett will live on forever as long as we're saying his name over and over again. So I really want to kill myself. Okay, Kevin, how do I know you, Kevin? You are a fantastic influencer, my friend. I appreciate that. And I will honor his face forever. I will honor Fred Ward's face forever. And so yeah, I like it's the death dance is about not being afraid of it and accepting it and respecting its place in our lives. Um, to the point that again, there's 6 people watching this right now, so nobody's gonna get. Who cares? And honestly, if Molly and Joe are watching, they can be spoiled on this because I'll talk about it. I'll talk about it to them all day long. I have this song that I want to die to down, and this is actually such a thing for me that like if you've watched the first or the second Tremors movie I did, Tremors Far Afield, where my character is dancing in a field, and I do a dance for 3.5 minutes. I do the entire TR Trouble song, Trouble song by Travis Tritt. I do the entire song, and I dance to it like a fucking idiot. But it was kind of the point is that like if it the first Tremors movie has something really strong about it, which is that you don't see monster action for the first 20 minutes. It is just people being people inside of that moment. And I wanted to do this dance because I have this personal thing where when I'm watching a movie and they don't do the whole song, it drives me bananas. Like I can't like it's like I know this song and then they stop halfway through and I'm just like I hate this. Where's the rest of the song? Um Oh, thank you, Kevin. And Kevin, if I know you in real life, let me know. Are you actually a Kevin? Are you Kevin Collins? Are you Kevin Smith? Are you Kevin? That's all the grand total of Kevins that I know. Um, and so my character does this dance in this field for 3.5 minutes. It's one of my favorite parts of the movie because it's just so ridiculous. And it adds to the campiness because it ends up being very horrific later on. And just like, oh my God, this person's dancing. And no, and actually, this is where, as a huge fan of musicals, if you couldn't tell by the opening of this episode, underground, the Graboid's underground. Oh, I gotta go to Perfection Town, grabbing Graboid's underground. Um, no, it's not it is musical, but I wouldn't consider it a musical. Especially if you watch Tremors Far Afield ASAP, you'll understand that. Like it ends up being a 3.5 minute bit in it of me just like it's 20 minutes long. So this other 17 minutes, there's the music actually does play a crucial role later on. Like it's in universe too. Like my character is listening to music on headphones, and then those headphones even get eaten by the Graboid later on, and it's a whole it's a motif. It's a like what I was talking about with the Kevin Bacon pilot. It's a great musical motif of the four non-blondes. What's going on? Music is great for that. That's actually it's something can be musical without being a musical because it has its tone right. Like one of my favorite examples of this is the first John Wick movie, which is actually John Wick 1 and 2 both do this tremendously. Where they have a song. Each one has a song that is like the theme of everything centered around it. And I don't know the name of the song in the second one, but it's that one that's at the that was a terrible rendition of it, but it's the one that plays right before he kills Dan Antonio's sister, and it plays throughout the movie. It's like the motif. The John Wick one, I think about the most though, because it has the "We're Killing Strangers" is the name of the song. We're killing strangers. We're killing strangers. We're killing strangers so we don't kill the ones that we love. And it's the thematic tie of the whole movie. It's like you hear the song twice. Like it's played twice at crucial moments. Cool. Kevin follows my Facebook post. Yeah. Weird, but yeah, I love it. But it's the Killing Stranger song is played at crucial moments. But you can hear the bridge of it. You can hear the like the notes and the chorus and the doom 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 doo doom jump doo doom jump doo doom jump. Like that's the like now I'm doing that and I can tell you're probably like, oh fuck yeah, doo doom jump doo doom jump. It's the theme of that movie, and I think people miss that. That's probably one of the things that's like it connectively ties the whole movie, so then it's like one cohesive piece. So music has an incredibly crucial role to things to get to my point. And ASAP Sharky said, Scream has a song throughout the franchise, which I guess you can consider a theme. I've watched a lot of Scream. I don't know what song you're talking about. I understand though. Yes. Oh my God. If Anthony and Steven of We Have Issues were here right now, they would be freaking out. Lost Boys is exactly like this with Cry Little Sister. Don't you cry, little sister, thou shalt not fall. Don't you cry, little sister. Oh, yes. And the credits of Hunting Ground is a banger. Oh my God, dude, Kevin, we have someone that's actually watched my movie in the audience, besides Molly. Molly liked it too. I made Molly sad with the opening. Oh, Red Right Hand. Oh, Red Right Hand is in Scream. Oh, yeah. Honestly, when I think of that one, I think of Hellboy the most. But the credits of Mirabilia, thank you, Mr. Walker, Texas Ranger. It's fucking fantastic. And I had actually asked Evan Atherton, like when I started, I was like, hey, I love your band, Mirabilia. I would love to use a song from it. Is that okay? And he was like, you don't ever have to ask permission. You can do that anytime. Like, oh my God, please and thank you. And I went through his catalog and like that was the one that like I tried listening to other songs, but that one just stuck out to me like so hard to the point where like when I was editing the credits, I got incredibly distracted every time. Just like, I'm gonna listen to this song. I'm gonna keep listening to this song. I it'll pop up in my brain, but I really want to sing it too because it's so doom doom doom. Oh man, now it's in my it's in my head, but I can't get it right. I'll sing it later. But yeah, Mirabilia, to the point of because we're talking about making this new movie. Mirabilia, Evan Atherton and his band have actually reached out and they want to score the new movie. Like actually I was talking to him today because I was sending him like sequel vibe concepts. And he was like, oh my God, yeah, noted. Hey, what's your phone number so that we can text and I'll send you more songs. And I was like, yes, oh my God, fucking yes. I might release DVD copies of Hunting Ground. If I could figure out a way to put Hunting Ground on a VHS, I fucking would so hard. Oh my God, yes. But I have been thinking about doing DVDs of it just because. And I would actually, if I did a VHS of it, I would do a VHS with Far Field and Hunting Ground on it. Far Field first, and then Hunting Ground after, because they actually flow into each other. Like Far Field, the story picks up in Hunting Ground. Damn it! Now I'm sorry, my brain is just caught up on trying to remember exactly the pitch and tone for "Thank you, Mr. Talk." Thank you, Mr. Walker, Texas Ranger. And I'm not gonna let go. It ain't starting to. Let it start anyway. Cause I'm not gonna let go. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Oh. Give it all to the way. Give it all to the way. This is not gonna let go. Oh, it's right there. Now I need some more. Okay. But I'm super excited to have Mirabilia, like a real band, like score my movie. Like that's gonna be so fun. I haven't pretty much planned out what we're doing, and honestly, I'm at that point where I just have to write the script, sit down and do it, and then send it to him and start on that. Will I be selling DVD copies? I don't legally. I think that's where it starts to draw the line. I don't think I can. I would love to. And no, I wouldn't actually. No, because like Tremor, like the whole point of that as an experiment in making stuff was that like I wanted to prove to people that hey, look, you can go out there and you can make your own Tremors movie, and you don't need to make any money off of it. You can do it just because it's fun and have a great time with your friends. Like, and that's it. You can make money other ways. Like actually, Justin Edwards, the actor in that, has been like begging me to make merch for my show and for the movie, and I'm like, okay, you got a point. Maybe I will do that. We actually have. I gotta make. And Molly and Joe are still in here. No, not. I wouldn't. I would give a DVD away if you bought like a T-shirt for Talking Tremors. I think that's how I do it. Like I would like. Like. I have asked my local theater if they would like to play the movies, but they don't think it's worth it. I'm a little upset at them for that. I'm just trying to get over it. That's them. Sometimes people don't realize how good an idea is unless they can make bank on it, is my point. Sometimes it's you just do it because it's fun and dumb and stupid and you have a good time with it. And no, there are not Talking Tremor shirts, but there should be. And damn it, now that's 2 people that have told me I should do that. So now I have to do that because what I've been wanting to do is that I wanted to make cast shirts for the movie that we made, the Hunting Ground movie, where I wanted to do Tremors Hunting Ground, on the front, and then on the back, it's all of our favorite quote. Not likely. Because we all love Justin doing that. Not likely. Could you shut up? Not likely. That's the quote of the movie, baby. And it's funny is I didn't even write it to be funny. It was Justin cat shirts. Molly, you already got cat stickers, okay? I can make cat shirts. And you know what? There are cats in the credits, so I can find a way to make that work. Like, oh. So it would say Tremors Hunting Ground, and then there'd be a little cat walking across the top of the words. Fuck. This is why I love my friends, because they come up with great ideas, and I'm just like, I'm hesitant on that, but also I like it. Let's do it. Shit. Yeah. Like Hunting Ground and then a little cat on top, like walking across would be awesome. Shit. Now I need to do that. It is a banger idea. So we're going to kill myself. And I got to say, so the song that I want to kill myself, Graboid Underneath. Oh, that's even good. Oh, hold on. I'm writing that down. Actually, I'm just going to draw it. Hunting Ground cat. A little cat drawing. And then a Graboid. Just so everybody can see. That's what Hunting Ground. There's the cat up top, and then a little Graboid underneath. Damn it! Maybe I can see you nodding, Molly. You don't know that. You don't know. I could. Oh my god! What? I brushed my hair. What did I just do to myself? Oh god. Now I really have the look for this fucking show. Like, who the fuck's this crazy ass person? Wow. Holy shit. Okay. And just so everybody, the comment that Molly said, Joe, to me, they can't see you nodding. What's worse is that these 2 will now hold me to making the fucking shirts. Do I have it up here? think I do. Oh, I do. Because they're here. So one of my proudest moments this last year uh, was getting to make these T-shirts for Joe and Molly's wedding. So Joe and Molly, Joe's a huge Lost fan. Molly is getting there. Oh my God, Molly Boat! Do you know this, Kevin? Kevin, do you know of Molly's Boat? It's Molly's Boat! Oh my God, Kevin has apparently watched this show enough to know Molly's Boat. But these shirts, I had so much fun putting these together, and it's super cool because it's Joe and Molly, and they're in the Dharma logo, and then they can tell each other "I do," which is a Lost thing, where it's like, you can't tell me what to do. Oh no, I changed the time on it, William. You're fine. We had a whole conversation about the Kevin Bacon pilot. Which, while William's here, and I'll talk about this, keep talking about this. William actually went to where the pilot was filmed and tried to get in, but he couldn't because it's private land. And I'm pretty sure if you take the other road, we might be able to get there. I am going to fucking find out. Like, it's only like 45 minutes from Santa Fe, and I could fucking bet like we can get in there, because the pictures that I've seen on Twitter were not taken by someone who was like a part of the land. Like, they were just passing through. So if someone can pass through like that, we can too. So thank you, William, for your information. But yes, I'm like, these shirts, I'm just going to go back to it because I know Joe and Molly are probably like, oh my God. Yes, I can see you doing that. You didn't know it, but I see you. Oh my God, Joey. And this is so, like I said, so proud of it. Joe and Molly got to be, they're a Dharma station for the TikTok people too. They are a Dharma station. And the rings, again, I love the rings. And then of course, it's Molly's boat. Like, and then the best part about this was that there ended up being a boat, like, at the wedding. And it was the coolest thing because fucking they got to shoot the boat. It was like a fucking cannon boat. What's okay? Kevin, are you saying that because Justin's is sleeveless? Because I'm pretty sure Justin talked about ripping the sleeves off on his. Because you said longtime viewer, first time commenter. So I feel like you know that Justin ripped the sleeves off. But there ended up being a boat, like a boat. And there was cannons on it. And Joe and Molly got to shoot it. And we actually talked about, like, the night before, like, trying to figure out how to, like, sink the boat. And there was Tremors talk, and we talked about a few household chemicals in the proper proportions, and we went like, you know what? Let's not sink a boat before your wedding. And it ended up being a good idea because it was Molly's boat. It was Molly's boat. And I know that nobody but like 4 people in the world care, but I care. And so yes, I figured out how to make T-shirts. And I've talked about it so much. Now I need to make Tremors hunting ground T-shirts to follow these up, baby. But yeah, Joe and Molly are a Dharma station. Sorry, so cool. I love my friends. I don't know. That's my, like I said, that's the point of that movie, is that like I want to explore the if I wasn't in my friends' lives, would they still continue to remember me? Taking a nosedive. Nope, I'm fine. Because I do mean that. Or it's just like, you always wonder. Everybody always wonders. It doesn't matter. And I have to say, part of me is thinking this, and there's a reason I did this episode. I moved it forward ahead, William, because I actually went to a funeral for a friend of mine tonight. Merle Klossner, rest in peace, Merle. And actually, hold on, everybody, just wait. I have to. One. I should have had this ready, so apologies for dead air there, but I imagine everybody was waiting. But Merle died tonight. Actually, he didn't die. He died on February 17th. Um, good friend of ours, good guy, and was just really going through it the last couple of years. This is just funny. I met him because he needed weed. It seems really stupid, but it doesn't matter. As a lot of people know, I like to make gummies and edibles and stuff. And Merle had a lot of pain injuries. He had a lot of lower back issues to the point where he was basically addicted to morphine. Not addicted, but hooked on, honestly. And that's one of those things where I know this, and I know this from life experience, and because my wife is a pharmacy tech. Morphine addictions are no joke because doctors will just overprescribe them and screw people over and make it harder for them to get them to the point where I actually haven't seen Merle lately because to keep his morphine, he would have to take drug tests, and that would mean he couldn't smoke weed. He couldn't ingest weed in any way. Although, as he always said, the weed was better for him. But, sometimes when you're in that much pain, just that morphine is just a little bit better. And so, I think about death a lot, honestly. And, well, I mean, I do anyway. It wasn't even all my love to Merle. It's not like he was the one that brought up my only thoughts of death. I actually came up with the title Tremors Death Dance, and I wanted to kill myself before I learned of Merle. But it just, like I said, it makes you, we went to his visitation tonight too, actually, his visitation before he gets cremated. And I was telling Caitlin, it was good to see a lot of people there. You just wish that you hope those people show up when you're alive. Because you don't know when you're dead. You don't care. You don't know. And you hope to see those people while they're here and around and doing stuff. And I've been beating myself up since I found out he was dead because I haven't seen him. And honestly, it was because I lost his phone number. And he moved. So I didn't know where he was or how to contact him. And it's just been eating me up the last couple of days. And I don't know. This is, and you know what? Levi's Lament Corner is a fucking segment on this show. So, like, me being sad about something is not something new. Like, this is something I plan into the show. I wasn't planning to do this and get to this point. But it seems I'm following it. I'm following this train, baby. And I do. Thank you, Merle. I love you, man. I'm not going to say wherever you are because I don't believe in that. I'm glad that he was in so much pain. And as Caitlin said, because she's seen him lately, he looked a lot better tonight than he has in a long time. And this is actually really cool. This is so neat because usually when you go to a visitation and someone's in the casket, they're in like a suit and their fancy dress or whatever. Merle was in a Cowboys jersey. Like, I think that's pretty cool. Like, that's however you decide to live your life. Like, I don't care about football. I don't give a shit about football at all. To me, Taylor Swift won the Super Bowl. If you can go to your casket wearing a Cowboys jersey, that is so awesome. I think that is so cool. And although I was sad because Merle's mom, Jean, is still alive. And I cannot imagine what it's like to bury your child. It's that Lord of the Rings thing with Theoden, no parent should have to bury their child. But he's not in pain anymore. And I'm glad of that. And I remember him. And even more so to go off of this. So now the Tremors Death Dance. Now I'm holding this for a reason. I'm holding this for the same reason I was holding Ben's poster and Michael's poster back here. And I was holding the We Have Issues poster. Like, now he's on this podcast forever and ever. And although none of you know him, now you will. You'll know who Merle G. Klossner was. And I'll even do this so that way it's opened up and everything's in there, and it's poignantly placed for the rest of time. Someone can screenshot this and they have all of it. The AI that will rule our future will now forever know what Merle's life was. And actually, I was just looking at it while I was doing it. It makes me sad because I had invited him out for my birthday too, because he was born on July 3rd. I was born on July 1st. We share similar birthday dates, and he wasn't able to come out because the guy that's his friend wasn't able to drive him out. I didn't know where he fucking was. I didn't have his number. I love you, Merle. I love you, man. Welcome to Tremors. Welcome to Tremors Death Dance. Merle, did you know that the Kevin Bacon Tremors pilot was a tax write-off? No, I didn't, Levi. I didn't know that at all. That was a terrible Merle impression. I'm not even going to eat an olive because it was such a terrible impression. That was just meatwad. It was Merle. And yeah, cheers to Merle. We'll leave it on that because that's love the people while they're in your life. That's what I gotta say. Wow, folks. You know what? While I'm here, all right, because I'm thinking about it. Because I just said love the people in your life, so I want to do this. All right, we're doing this. I'm here. So I want to do this thing. I know Anthony's not in here because he was recording Critically Stupid tonight. But I'm gonna go get it. It's back here. So this is another poster that I think is one of my now new prized possessions. Oh, and I'm ripping this poster off to do it, but this one's more important in my mind. So Anthony and Steven of We Have Issues, and I'm going to be mentioning a lot of podcasts, so we're just going to keep these olives by me. This is how that works. Hold on. Olive time. Anthony and Steven of We Have Issues. I can't say how much I love these guys enough. All right. So Kevin, since you're a longtime lurker, you should know this very well. I love to talk about Deathless and hold on, do I have these? Oh, I do. Oh yeah, I got all these now. Yes. Oh, I got all the comics now. Finally. Oh, I get to yes. But anyway, hold on. I mentioned, so I got to eat y'all. Okay. So Anthony and Steven of We Have Issues are two fantastic people who have a podcast called We Have Issues. And they do it every week, and they try to hold themselves accountable to making comics. That's the point of the issues, is that they have issues. They have their own personal real life issues that get in the way of making comics. And then they have the issues, as in the comic book issues. And this is actually Barreled and Mary from Deathless, which is this currently 2-part comic series, will be a 5-part comic series finishing soon. The Kickstarter for number 3 goes live next month, a month after March 4th. It depends, because Anthony's writing another movie. He's writing a movie right now called Stakeout, which is a vampire buddy cop breakup movie. But Deathless is about this guy who gets his soul invaded by a golem that tries to kill these people who gained magical powers because of a great evil force that awakened. And in it, Barreled and Mary, like this used to be just a stuffed unicorn bear, but then it became a super gigantic stuffed unicorn bear. And then Mary obviously has powers too. They both got powers. It's really fun and interesting. And honestly, one of the things I thought was really cool about it was one of the points in the story is that the protagonist doesn't actually kill the bad guy, I thought was really neat, and actually found a way to save him because he was the true dungeon master, not the other dude. And it's fantastic. Like I said, and I didn't support them on Kickstarter because I'm a bad friend and I didn't realize it, and now I am, and now I'm better about it. And I sent him some money, and he ended up sending me a whole bunch of artwork and print. Actually, he sent me, because they had other comics. They actually have been working on comics since 2011. Actually, this one is 2011 to 2014. That's Absentees, and then Scavengers was from 2012 to 2013. That's how, like, they've been working on comics longer than they've been friends. Like, that's the pitch. That's always what they say in the episode. And fantastic. This is why I brought it up. All right. Is that this right here, which is one of the greatest pieces of storytelling and art that I have ever experienced in my life. And I'm sitting here talking about a movie series with 15 films in it and three TV shows actually, and far more of a world. And I can tell you wholeheartedly that Play It Again is one of the greatest comic books of all time. Of all time. And here's where it gets interesting, is that this is actually one of a rare limited edition copies that I got. And you know what I'm going to do? I am going to send this to Bill Watterson of Dave Made a Maze, because currently I sent so many issues of Play It Again to people. I sent it to Joe and Molly. I sent it to Ben and Dessa. I sent it to Justin and Lana. I sent it to Zach and Lindsay. And he ran out because I sent it to so many people. And he wasn't able to get one to Bill. And Bill Watterson, who made Dave Made a Maze, I can't believe I don't have one up here. Dave Made a Maze is a fantastic movie, and Bill Watterson was also the guy who was writing the newest sequel to Tremors before it got canceled last year, before Universal 1440 got shut down. So this has to do with Tremors, all right? I'm bringing it back. And Bill hasn't got one of these yet, and I have one. And I've decided to send this to Bill because he gave me his address to send him my copy of Dave Made a Maze for him to sign. And I was like, oh my God, yeah, cool, awesome. Thank you, man. This Hollywood filmmaker sent me his address, so I'm going to send him some shit. And like I said, I'm going to send him, obviously, the cardboard and stuff, and because cardboard is a major theme of Dave Made a Maze. You're probably like, what the fuck? Watch Dave Made a Maze. All right, people, that's it. That's the end of the story. But I'm going to send Play It Again to Bill Watterson because Anthony is going through a bit of a rough patch. And you know what? I think we all are. All right, if you're in the comments, raise your hand if life has been shitty lately. All right, it's been the fucking worst. We all know the shitstorm that's brewing, and it's coming, and it's gonna hit us all in the fucking face, and it's not gonna be fun. We all see it coming. It's Kevin. Thank you, Kevin. Got one person. If Kevin's raising his hands, we'll just assume the rest of them are. Also, are you Kevin Andrade? 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 Because I see your name a lot now that you say that. And I really want to send this to Bill as a way of like, oh, dude, Dave Made a Maze. I can't speak. I actually encourage everyone to go to DaveMadeAMaze.com and buy the physical copy of Dave Made a Maze, because the special features on that, which you can't get on YouTube, they don't have them anywhere. The special features on that are beyond amazing. it will make you feel so much better as an artist, knowing that everybody feels the same. Because the point of Dave Made a Maze is that, like, you're going to create things and it's going to be terrifying putting them out into the world, but eventually you have to. It doesn't matter if you'll be judged or if someone says that you suck. You have to put it into the world. And yes, it was Andrade. Yes, wow. Brothers don't shake hands. Brothers got a hug. Damn it. It was a fucking impression. And I'll eat another olive. We're talking about Anthony. Actually, I'll eat a couple because I talked about him, so I got ketchup. Horse, beet, cilantro, yellow. That's what she said. Oh, it is you, Kevin. If you're the Kevin of Suns and Shadows with the terrible opinion on Deep Rising, I'm gonna fucking come unglued on you. I should have known it was you. What other Kevin is there? If it's you and Jeff, I'm gonna get you, you bastard. Trying to hide from me this whole time. And there we go. William has the hand raise. Awesome. I wasn't waiting for it, but you know, I was. And making art is hard. All right. And I just made a movie. And I can tell you that it was hard. And then what, you know, like everybody was all like, oh, you know, must have, you know, taken so much to do. And it's like, no, the hard part was making myself do it in the first place. Like that was, and William's partially, in a good way, partially to blame, because in this Talking Tremors show fucking 3-4 months ago was like, are you making that movie? You guys making that? And Anthony too. Anthony was doing it too. Anthony and Edwin Bank and Alicia and Ben Sword, Pangea Starseed, and Charlie Box were all like, you making that movie? You said you're making that movie. And I was like, fine. Fucking make it. Fine. Fucking do it. So I want to send this to Bill as a way to show Anthony that he has value and he's special. And maybe Bill will read this and decide to option it into a movie. I know Anthony laughs at me when I say that, but I've talked about it enough on this show. The spoilers. Oh, damn it. I'll read your comment in a second, Chris. That's actually one of my favorite parts of the movie, too. Good, Eric the Slayer. You shouldn't like the Tremors movies after 4. You can like whatever you want, man. It's fine. That's when Stampede got kicked out. So if you don't like those, I'm fine with it. But I like Don Michael Paul enough to be like, if you like Tremors 5, 6, and 7, you get a pass. As long as you don't like the end of Tremors 7, then we'll have words. I will have lots of words. But this comic, Play It Again, is about this guy who goes through a breakup and he's packing all of his stuff. And as he's packing his stuff, he finds this record player and this album of songs that he had made for his wife, girlfriend. I'm still never sure where they were with that. Like, because he proposed to her and then they had a kid. I don't think they did get married. And that's the ambiguity of it. You know, they were in a relationship together. And he plays this album, and then the record player is magic, or the album is actually, it's the album is magic. And it transports him back in time to all of these specific memories when he first heard / played these songs. And there's memories like the first time he proposed to her, the first time he found out they were pregnant, when she broke up with him, the first time they ever met. And it's beautiful. Like, the artwork is beautiful, as a point of fact. Actually, let me. Oh, this is my favorite page. This is my favorite page. 2 pages, because it's the worst page. I'm not your forever. And it fucking hurts, man. First time I sat down and read this, that fucking hurts. And Steven, I'm talking about Anthony because it's Anthony's story. This actually happened to Anthony. Everything but the actual magical part of the album happened to Anthony. Like that's, and yeah, it's a really cool idea because music is memories, and it actually, the idea came about by him. Like he was packing his stuff and he put it in an album, and he was whooshed, instantly transported to that time. Like, and we all know that. We can all put on a song, and the memory, fucking floods us. We have all been there. You don't even need the magic. The magic is just a way to tell a greater story. And this is, I say this all the time to Anthony, and he never believes me. This is like the best kind of pain. Like, I know that seems really weird, but this is pain. It doesn't make you feel better. Like, it makes you feel alive. It makes you feel human. And it's just like this, just like Merle, man. Where it's just like me talking about it, where it's just like you gotta like stare that shit in the fucking face and deal with your own mortality, deal with who you think you are, what you think you can do, and do it. And I am. I'm gonna send it to Bill. That's the point of the story here. This is amazing. Hopefully Anthony prints more copies. If not, I'm gonna make sure Bill gets this one. And yeah, I'm giving up a special thing here. Like this is rare, but I'm like, you know what? You know what's more rare? Friendship. That was really stupid. And I'm gonna send this to Bill. And I've been waiting. I wanted to say it on a live because I always bring it up and I show it to people all the time. But I wanted to wait till after I did a live show and pointed it out. It was like, I am sending Play It Again to Bill Watterson so Anthony and Steven can get the due that they're deserved. And again, you can buy it on Kindle if you want to read it. But I always like a physical copy. And again, hopefully Anthony makes more. Because he should. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. And yeah, I'm gonna pull up my print of Barreled and Mary again, and I'm gonna put this back up on the wall. And I'm gonna read your comment in a second, Chris. And also, Kevin has gone suspiciously silent since I called him out. And there are high ships and low ships, but there's only one friendship. All right. Yeah. You're right there, Anthony and Steven. Just so you know. Always. Barrel and Mary. You're next to Val and Earl and Tremors. And there's Daleks and the Beatles and Oppenheimer. Chris, some people say the most valuable type of ship would be a gold ship or a diamond ship, but actually it's friendship. And you know what? Chris is proving that. And I'm really glad you're here, Chris. Thank you for being here. I want to talk about the horrific podcast. I have a segment later that I want to get to, and I want to talk about you guys in conjunction with a couple other people, but I specifically wanted to call out you and Colin. But I want to read your comment too. So Chris's favorite scene in Tremors Hunting Ground was the scene with the town hall. Everyone in that was excellent, and having that many people made it feel real. It is. Thank you. Oh my God. Thank you so much. Because that was actually part of the, like, I wanted more people in it. Because if you watch the first one that I did, Tremors Far Afield, it's just me. Like, it is just me for 20 minutes. And as I've said before, I'm fucking tired of looking at me. And I was like, I want, and okay, that's okay. Stop, Levi. Stop self-deprecating. Come on. be a better person here. Love yourself. It wasn't just that I was tired of looking at me. I wanted more people in it. Like I was saying with Molly, where it's like, man, I want Molly to be in it. Like I want Lindsay to be in it. Honestly, now that I said that, I've said it out loud where it's like, maybe I'll make like Molly and Lindsay the best friends or something. And that's yeah, Kevin watched it. You're about 2 insults away from getting your ass kicked. He improvised that. Rob improvised that. It's one of my fucking favorite lines in the whole movie, and I didn't write it. I love pointing that out to people. I didn't write. Rob wrote that. Actually, Rob and I were having a back and forth because what we did with each character, like I had one specific line for them all to say, and I have my because I actually wrote. I wrote that. I wrote the board scene a year ago. So that like all the board members had one specific line that they said that I thought was a good summation of like why people wouldn't believe they were graboids. Like you got, it's dinosaurs, Jurassic Park, the woke-minded mainstream media, and this sounds like a government problem, not a city council problem, which is one of my favorites. Because it's like, wait, isn't the city council the government? And yeah, it is. Some people are stupid. If you've never been on a board, in a board meeting before, that's pretty much like what it's like. That is it. And I would do back and forth with each of them where I have them do the line and then we'd like kind of go back like improv with each other. And Rob ended up just fucking like we had this stream back and forth where he's like, "Oh, you must be out of your mind. Oh, you weren't there. Well, yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe you might have been there." Well, yeah, I know what your mother calls you, Roberto. She don't call me that. She called me Robert. Well, I was there when you were born. And then he did, you're about 2 insults from getting your ass kicked. It was just like, and if you listen closely in that, you can hear everyone start to laugh. I had to like very strategically cut the sound on that. So like right when he finishes the word, I cut it so we can still hear everyone start to laugh on that because they were all breaking too. And that boardroom, like they just fucking went for it, man. And Kevin said Pappy was your favorite. Pappy was my fucking favorite too, man. Like he went for it. He was another one that went for it. Like his death scene where he did 3 takes of that where he's yeah, like, and he got up like got it, did it again. And I love his reasoning for it too. I actually filmed his an outtake of it where he was like, we were driving home from work one day and there was a funeral happening and we drove past a funeral and Pappy was telling me, he's like, that guy that we drove past, that was Skip Calloway. And I was like, I have no idea who you're talking about. It's just a name. And he's like, well, Skip was a friend of mine in high school. And, he was only like 62 and he died. And, so it's like, hey, I'm alive. That's pretty awesome. I'm going to keep trying to be alive. I'm not Skip Calloway right now. I'm not dead. So like, why don't I like live my life and not be dead? And that was his reasoning for like just getting into it. And if you've never, if obviously none of you probably have met Pappy, the only one is probably Molly. Like that, what I did with Pappy was that was just what he does. Like, that's just what he fucking does. Like that whole bit with him whistling and all, like, that's just what Pappy does. If you were to follow Pappy out at the farm, like that's just what Pappy does. And it's fucking hilarious to all of us that know him because that's just him. And one of my favorite lines in the whole movie, again, wasn't something I wrote. It was actually the back and forth they're having in the boardroom. And I did write it where Pappy is the one to like he believes that graboids are real. He's old Ron Maddock. Old Ron Maddock thinks that graboids are real, and he's trying to get everybody else in the board meeting to like believe him. And if you've never been in a board meeting, that's one of the hardest things to do. If you're like the only dissenting voice, nobody's gonna listen to you. And one of my favorite things is Justin and Pappy going back and forth, which again was just them improvising. And Pappy's like, well, I thought you wouldn't believe me. I thought you'd think I was crazy. And they're like, well, we already do. and just, hey, all in favor that Pappy is crazy, say aye. Motion carries. What about Nate? Just like they all were like, no, like this voting Pappy is crazy thing, completely improvised. I had nothing to do with it, and it was just them. And again, the whole reason for the boardroom scene, to get back to it, was that I wanted more people to be in it, and I was like, how do I get more people in it? Because you got to be, when it comes to filming, you always got to think, what do I have? What can I use? What's there on the day? And if you know, hey, I'm going to have this location, okay, then I can do this. That's it. And that, like, you have to like write around your parameters. Like sometimes the box is a good thing for that. And I was like, well, so I have this room, I have this meeting room, because I did the Making Tremors presentation at the MAE. That was the whole point of this. We did Making Tremors, where we talked about making our first movie at the Maquoketa Art Experience. And we were going to originally film this there last year, but we didn't have enough people. And oh my God, Kevin, I have a funny story about that. That's, oh my God, Acid Santa. And I was like, I'm going to come back to that. Jesus Christ. He's going to love that. Oh my God, I can't wait to tell. I was like, well, I know I have this room and I have these people, and I can basically, if I get enough people, it's just them in the room. And you like, you got the paper in front of you, so you don't have to memorize, which is everybody's biggest concern when it comes to anything like that, is like trying to memorize stuff. So it's like, cool, I don't have to, here, there's paper in front, and everybody had to pay. That paper that's sitting in front of everybody is their script, just as a point of fact. Like in that board, that's everybody's script. Everybody has their script in front of them. Because I didn't need to hide it. It was like that, it looks like a piece of paper you'd have at a boardroom. And I was like, well, I can get all of these people in here, and like, depending on how many people show up, well, then we just split lines, and like everybody takes what they want to and move it around. And I got a whole bunch of people in the movie. That was 100. Like, I'm glad that it worked for you, Chris, because the idea was to get a bunch of people in the movie, not to make it. It does make it feel real. It builds the world. Actually, it builds it. It builds the entire world of it a little bit more, and it's just fucking funny too. Like, and you get your friends in it, and like, that was actually what I was sad about with Merle. And it wasn't that I knew, like, it was just like, man, I need to make more Tremor. I need to make more movies because I want my friends. I need everybody in it. I want them in it. I want them in it forever. So that way, hey, look, there they are. They're in that. They're in it forever and ever and ever. Ramen. And so it was cool. I got to have them in. Actually, to that point, so Rob Clark, who did you're about 2 insults away from getting your ass kicked, is real. Like, he caught the bug with that, like, to the point where like he showed up at Game On a couple days after it and was like, wow, like, that was like, how do you do that? That was so cool. I love that. That was awesome. I watched the trailer. This is so, like, how you do. And I was showing him on my phone. I was like, I just edited it on my phone. I just use this app here, and we just kind of like, we just do this. And it just takes time, but like, this is it. Like, that is so amazing. I cannot believe you. He was so impressed by Caitlin. That was an impression, wasn't it? I'll eat 2 for you, Molly. You win. Son of a bitch. I'm getting Olive call outs now. I'm getting Olive call out. I'm really fucked. You all got me now. And Rob is just like, oh my, I love doing this. Is so much fun. I want to be in the next one. I want to be doing it. To the point where he started making stickers. Like, he was making stickers and like showing me the designs. He's got a Cricut with a Cricut app. I'm not really sure how it like work, but he's like, he got a Cricut with a sticker printer, and he's been sending me like different designs, and he's making PNGs and sending them back and forth. He's like, oh my God, I love it. And it's Graboid Outbreak Response Team with a little worm in the middle. It's so cool. He's fucking in love with it. And I've actually thought, I figured out how to get him into the next one, because there's going to be a time jump. Because while this is the last movie that I'm writing for my character, I want there to be a big enough space in it that maybe other movies happened in the middle. And maybe my character shows up again if someone like Justin is writing it. And like, okay, cool. So then you're writing it, and you're fucking editing it, and then I'll be in it because you got to watch me. Haha, I'll make you watch me instead. There's going to be a 5-year time jump, like from the end of Hunting Ground to the beginning of Death Dance, where what ends up happening is a bit because each of these movies has been a pastiche of the movie that they're numbered after. So 1 is a pastiche of 1, 2 is a past this Far Field is a pastiche of 1, Hunting Ground is a pastiche of 2. So then obviously Death Dance would have to be a pastiche of 3. And what they do in 3, Back to Perfection, is that whole concept of like, so if graboids are real, and we know they are, and we're dealing with them, then why don't we capitalize on it? Why don't we like make money off of it and like make it a business, a marketing thing with merchandise? So in the 5 years that Hunting Ground happens, all of those board member people get on board with it, and they find ways to like be involved and try to make money and try to get stuff on it. To the point where there's actually a post-credit scene that I'm filming with Dessa and Ben on Sunday, where Dessa is feeding her bad dates to the graboids, like Betty White in Lake Placid. I'm really excited for that. And we're going to use a vibrator as the thing, like a pocket vibrator. Yes, for massaging genitals. It's Ben's idea, and I really like it because it's like she's assaulting the assaulter. I think it's great. She's fucking him. I love it. But basically, the town has like realized graboids are real, and they're in on it. They're cool. They're like, yeah, let's make money. Like, let's capitalize. And Rob, the Rob character, who, oh my god, what did I name him again? Beardsley, Elmer Beardsley. Chris, you're just getting ahead of where I'm going here. We're talking about this movie. I do. I was telling Pappy about that plan today, so I'll get to that. So the Rob character actually want basically to have like set up a Burt Gummer level like bunker, because I thought it was really interesting that him and Pappy had their back and forth, their tete-a-tete, and like there's like we're neighbors, and I've never seen anything like that. So I think it would be funny if like, oh no, like the Pappy character died, and then and Elmer Beardsley is like legitimately like, oh no, my friend, my neighbor like got killed. Fuck these graboids. I'm gonna take them down. I'm gonna defeat them. And like he's gone Burt Gummer style and like set up full barriers and defenses and shit. And like he's gonna take down the graboid. But in regular Tremors fashion, that just might not work for him. But I like that's my what I have partially ready and excited. And to go off of Chris's idea, Chris is like, well, by that reasoning, if that's 3, and then what about 4? Because 4 is when you go back in time. And you know what? So everybody would think that everybody would think that you're going to go old westy on it. And actually, I have 2 ideas. And they are entirely separate, because I actually Tremors 4 is my favorite Tremors film, so I will do 2 versions of it because I can. Also, technically, I'm on my 4th already, so I get to play with the numbers. They're my numbers. I'm making this all up as I go along here, and we're all on Grady's Wild Ride, as William said. I know he wasn't talking about that, but this is Grady's Wild Ride, baby. Yeah, that was an impression. Damn it, dude. I'm just waiting for Molly to be like Olive. It's a Molive. Anybody? Nobody? Not funny, just stupid. I don't care. William. This isn't dead air. This is me thinking. That's not bad. Actually, I can make that work with what my idea was. twist, a futuristic flashback. Hold on. Actually, what would be okay? So I'm going to give you my 2 ideas here. First one, I wanted to do, if I did my Tremors 4, would be a flashback, a prequel. Just wait, Kevin. Just wait. Oh yeah, a prequel to these ones, but instead of going to the 1800s, we go to the 1970s or the 1960s. Whoa, right? But think about it. That's like, that is 60. I was going to say 80 years ago, but that is like 60 years ago. That's a long time. And I think about it in the sense of like, you know, if I were to do old timey shit, it's really hard to get those costumes and try to get them right and make them look good. But you know what I could do with ease? I can do a prequel in the 60s pretty easily. You can get those kinds of clothes. You can get those outfits. You can take the technology down a step just a little bit and make it work for that. So that's my Tremors 4 pitch for that one. And then my Tremors 5 one, and that we'll this is just follow this train of thought here, is that I wanted it like the original Tremors 4 is more of like cowboys, you know, old westy. I wanted to follow Indians in that sense, or Native Americans. And I think it would be cool now that you said that, oh, it's in the future. So you think that it's Indians, and so then you think it's in the past. But then we find out that it's actually the future. And like it's been so far into the future that we lost society and then went backwards a little. Actually, Tremors is Tremors is like, I don't know how I pull that one off yet. Like that's I don't know how I pull that one off yet. Like that's, I think I need to make these other movies first, and then we figure out how to make Tremors. And I'll just say William's idea while it's or make your Mars one. Mars was a high-tech society that got wiped out by Graboids, and an asteroid hit Mars and sent some Graboid spores into space that made its way to Earth. You know, I could make that work, maybe. Like I said, I gotta chew on that when it comes to the flashback forward one with the Indians. That might, because there's a level of like you can play with people's expectations that like because a set of people look primitive, then oh, that's automatically Native Americans, but they don't have to be. Like that can, you like I said, you can play with that expectation a lot. I don't know. Let me chew on that. Like I said, I got the 70s one down. And then the next one, I think I want to take all my friends camping. And I think we do it while we're camping. I don't know. That's my pitch. Just as a way of like getting us all to like do stuff. Like we're doing Tremors while we're camping. Oh, whoa. Oh, plot twist. Hello. Hold on. I have someone on the TikTok live that wants to speak to me. As like a person. Hello. I can't hear you. Hold on. Are you talking? Talk about Tremors. Where's my Burt Gummer hat? Oh, there's my Burt Gummer hat. Yeah. Welcome to Graboid World. You ever seen Tremors? Sorry. I'm on the TikTok now. Now I got to do the. We're talking Tremors. Does this help? I don't know. Sometimes you got to give visual aids, and the language barrier doesn't help. Let's get up there and personal. Oh, and he left because he got terrified. But you know what? I knew that was going to happen. I remember, you know what? If Molly's still here, or Molly or Joe is still here, it was so funny. We did it on New Year's, and none of them believed me that the Tremor Saga has this TikTok over here, and they were like, "But how are you talking to people?" And I was like, "Here, let me pull it up and show it to you." And then we did, and then was he wearing the cowboy hat? Okay, so yes, someone has been watching this show for a long time and not commenting, Kevin. Like, come on, man, the Snoochie Boochies. No, he wasn't wearing a cowboy hat. His name was Azkar. Azkhar, man. Um. Oh, oh my God, Chris, you got to check out We Have Issues because Anthony and Steven are huge vampire nerds, and that joke right there is actually a joke that Anthony put into his new vampire movie. Oh, as it's Azhar production. He wants to come back. All right. So does he count? Speaking of numbers, my wife asked me who my favorite vampire was. Hers was Edward from Twilight. I said the Count from Sesame Street. She said, "No, he doesn't count." And I said, "Oh, I can assure you, he does." And the guy, he came back and then he left again. No, you're fine. No, you would love We Have Issues, Chris. I'm gonna eat an olive. Anybody on TikTok not like my olive? Fuck them. All right. So now that TikTok has failed, and we've spent a lot of time. Actually, hold on. I wanted to talk about. Okay. Reshoots, me dying. I wanted to do this because I'm a petty bitch. Have I discovered any new podcasts recently? Like I said, I'm in the middle of my Don't Make It Weird binge. I'm on episode 89? No, 87 with L.A. Cunningham. So that's where I've been at. But I think there might be a podcast out there called Suns and Shadows. And they've actually started doing live streams. Dead Wire Live, as they're called. Or one of my favorite things, that they're shorter videos of 0 point reviews where someone, I don't know who, might have a terrible opinion about Deep Rising because someone just can't not focus on the CGI. I don't know who that would be, Kevin. Could you tell me who that could be? Maybe you know who that could be, Kevin. And yeah, Suns and Shadows with Jeff Johnson and Kevin Smith. Fantastic show. Love those guys. Cult of Odd with Christopher Dunham. And this is a great shirt. Fucking love this shirt. I wore this shirt in the movie. I don't believe you, Kevin. I don't. You can't have said everything that you've said and not be that Kevin Smith, okay? I'm just saying. I know this. And I know you well enough that you sarcastic Gen Xer, you people from the 80s that are just like sarcasm central. I know you. I know you. And if I'm wrong, it'll be it. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't. I'm gonna ask Jeff tomorrow if it's you. That's where I'm at with that. But anyway, Cult of Odd, Suns and Shadows, Run for Your Lives podcast. I'm gonna talk about this real quick. I just had Daphne and Paik of the Run for Your Lives podcast on the show. I have an interview segment that'll be dropping soon with them. And I've actually known them for a really long time. I went to Tremors Fest with Paik. We did a Tremors Fest episode together. He's a fantastic guy. I love talking to him and Daphne. Because what they do at Run for Your Lives is they're a monster movie, creature feature, sci-fi, horror, action movie podcast. I can't even say review podcast. Like, they just talk about the things that they love. And they taught me to be a positive person. And I mean, I have things that I'm happy to be critical about, but Paik and Daphne taught me the power of positivity. and I try to take their lessons with you all the time. I kid about the 80s. I know Tremors is 89. I kid. It's like the 80s is cool. My wife was born in the 80s. It's fine. I just like making that Gen Xer joke because I still don't trust that that's not that Kevin Smith. And yeah, Paik and Daphne I had on. It was actually really funny. We talked about Tremors for like 2 hours, and then I cut the video, and I thought we were done. And then we ended up talking for like another hour, and I had them do the ending like 3 different times. Like it was like, oh hey, that was really interesting. Everything that we talked about. Can you do another ending again? Can you? Because I always give the guest the last word on my interview shows. And they did the if you gotta run for your lives, bye-bye. And they did it 3 times. Because then it would be like we'd be talking again, and I'd be like, oh my god, that was some really good conversation. Can you do the end again? I might keep this. So can you do it again just one more time? And then we kept talking another 20 minutes, and it was like, so hey, I hate to be like this, but I'm gonna need you to do the ending one more time. Because I might want this whole 3 hours because I can, and that sounds like fun. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to keep it all because it was so interesting afterwards. Because I love hearing people talk. I'm talking for 3 hours right now. I get annoyed at myself, and I love hearing other people's stories and what they have to say, especially when it comes to Tremors. Give me new ideas and new opinions, and I love Paik and Daphne. Check out the Run for Your Lives podcast if you haven't already. They are fantastic people. I love them so much. Hopefully they did write me down for this. We'll see if it happens. Because Paik was like, well, maybe we'll have to get you on another time to actually talk about a movie because we've only talked about Tremors. And it's like, that's fine. But let's move forward. And Paik's like, we'll have to talk about a movie. And I was like, 2008 Splinter. Yes, I had that ready to go. Like I was like, immediately I was like, boom, 2008 Splinter. Yeah, I had that in my pocket because it's one of my favorite like low budget monster horror movies. And if you've never seen Splinter, 2008's Splinter, check it out. It's one of those Sci-Fi Channel original movies, and it's so fucking good. Like they didn't spend whatever money they had, they spent it on 3 actors and a little bit of practical effects because it all takes place in a gas station, and it's very Tremors like. It's I'm not gonna spoil it. It's so good, and I would love to. I can't wait to go on their show and talk about 2008's Splinter. Wow, Chris, I was born in the 70s. I told my son that, and he asked if I liked having the Flintstones as neighbors. Yes, I did. And to go off of Williams, the deep rising creature is a mixed master octopus / African graboid hybrid. Canon, stamp it. That's the canon stamp. That is the talking Tremors seal of approval. That's what it is. That's it. That's game over. Game over, man. Game over. I know what I'm going to do an impression at this point. I can feel it. It's in my bones. But yeah, please talk about new podcasts. I like Paik and Daphne, Run for Your Lives. It's not a podcast, but I want to talk about Fermented Cinema by Ian Ayus. Who's a great guy. He actually did I've talked about this before. The Tremors rebooted as if by Denis Villeneuve. And it's fucking hilarious. He animated it all himself. He's fucking fantastic. He does all these videos all by himself. And he has been doing a live show every Saturday. He started with Tremors, and it was great. He was calling me the Tremors expert in it and everything. And I'm like, look, you're not helping me be humble right now, but I'll help you be anything about Tremors anytime you need me. And but he's doing these live shows, and he is really, really funny. Fermented Cinema, Ian Ayus. He has a whole bunch of videos, a whole bunch of talks and conversations. I discovered him because he did one on Tremors 2 Aftershocks. He did a review on Tremors 2 Aftershocks that he was not kind to it about. That's the only one that he's really done a review on. And I've always just been like, look, I know you're wrong, but I appreciate the hell out of your opinion. Like, I think you got some points. You got some moxie, son. I may not agree, but I like the way you say it. But yes, check out Ian Ius. I still don't know how to say his name. I should ask him on the next live stream. At Fermented Cinema, which is on Twitter. It's on YouTube. Check them out. And Run for Your Lives is on YouTube. It's also on all your podcasting apps and such. Oh, I have one. So the Horrific Podcast. If you've never heard of them, I've specifically been listening to their Tremors live streams where Colin and this guy, oh my God, what's that dude's name? I cannot. It's like Lloyd Android.
Hello, how are you, bro?
We're good. We're talking about Tremors. Do you like Tremors? Tremors. Yes, I was talking about you, Chris.
Yeah.
Tremors.
English.
Yes. Yes. This dude partially knows the Graboids. We're talking about the Graboids, and then hold on. I'll come back to the Horrific Podcast in a second. Hold on. Hold on. And then I love breaking the language barrier. Who do you think you are? I'm telling you, I'm coming after you. My name is Bart Garber. Are you in perfection? I see you. Look, I'm coming after y'all. I'm gonna get. Ah! Ah!
Okay, भाईजान, क्या सीन है तेरा? Yeah.
See, it's the video, and then I look like Burt Gummer. Here's the thing. And then, I gotta get the baby. This guy is very confused right now. Like he is like, yes. How do you say Graboid in your language? Graboides. Hold on. Oh, wait, I have other hats too. Hold on. I'll come back to the Horrific Podcast in a second. Right now, we're in. What do you think? I think we're out here. Yeah, this guy gets it. He understands. We gotta go the Graboid brand. That's what Chris Andrew says. You understand? We're out here. We're fighting the creatures. Oh. Oh, the Graboid. The Graboid's coming. He's coming from under the ground. And he's infecting my town. Did you know I sing the song of Burt Gummer? Burt Gummer's a bummer. Oh, this is the place of the Graboid land. Hold What does that mean? I don't understand what that means. Oh, we're matching. I don't understand. I'm trying. Okay. Okay. So we're matching on TikTok, and it's something. Okay. Okay. Hold on. What if I like? Wait. Double tap. Oh my god, I'm really. Double tap. I'm just grabbing things. I'm in an improv competition later this month, so I'm practicing. So you just. Oh god! Ow! It was in my hair. It was in my hair. Ironically, the man trying to contact Levi was stuck down a well, and that was his last chance to get rescued. There's a reason I keep all these props nearby. Ooh, I've been waiting to do this. Maybe if I eat this. Hold on. Ruben, anybody hungry? Anybody? It's a Reuben melt from Calder. I don't know what's happening. You know what? I'm going to do one of these. How do I get out of this? Because this is horrifying. I understand why Molly was concerned. Like, I don't know what to do. Like, how do I get out? I need out. Okay, we're just gonna end it. Oh my god, that was terrifying. But that's the Talking Tremors podcast. You just never know what the fuck is gonna happen next. Even I don't know. I'm living this hell with all of you. What the fuck was that? Okay. Okay. So anyway, I was not talking about Chris and Colin. I was trying to not. Oh yeah, I wasn't talking about Colin. Who's that? Or Chris? What? I didn't get distracted at all. I was incredibly focused and determined. I was like John Wick, motherfucker. I am a person of commitment, focus, a sheer fucking will. I am not the boogeyman. I am the man you called to kill the boogeyman. Yeah, okay, that counts as a double impression. Shit. All right, so anyways, talking about Colin and Chris of the Horrific podcast. And the stupid jokes aside, Chris is in here right now in the live chat, and I thank him so much for being here. It's been a joy following them along their journey down the Graboid hole. I still can't believe they're where they're at right now. That's insane how far they've gone. They had me on their show too to talk about Tremors for 4 fucking hours. And that was his show. So like I'm at hour 3. This was just regular, man. This is yawn. And what, we can go another 5 hours, right? This actually is a topic I'll discuss later with the book Frady Cats 2 and Tucker's Monster and Frady Cats 1 and Puppets and People. Ooh, foreshadowing. And yeah, Colin and Chris have been absolutely fantastic, and I really like listening to their show. Because, like I said, how Run for Your Lives has taught me the positivity. I love hearing the critical angle from Colin and Chris. Uh, oh, I can hold my everything for 5 hours. I can hold that area. My downstairs business, I can do that. Um, I love Colin and Chris's critical angles of it. And Chris has one of my favorite segments about Tremors, which is Chris's crazy theories. Because they're not crazy. Although the one about graboids eating so much cars that like oil is in their stomach now and they're evolving, which is where ass blasters got the ability to fart and fly. Yeah, I did that because I'll do it. It's right here. I could feel it coming when Chris said that. Chris says Levi adds so much fun to the streams. I mentioned Tyler reading a book and hanging out with Nancy, and Levi knew the exact scene and said it was music instead and knew the song. Cool. Because I got to flip my hat forward to do it. Not that I don't mind spending evenings with you listening to Highway 61. That would be Route 66, perhaps Bob Dylan's finest. So yeah, I know Tremors. We have passed Trust Me Bro, right? We're past Kevin Bacon's Tremors pilot is a tax write-off. We just know this now. These are facts because Levi said it, because Levi can recite Tremors from memory, which is an episode that I want to do. Because everyone's like, oh, I could totally quote all of Tremors and without by memory. And it's like, could you? Because I'll fucking do it. I'll fucking do it. I will go and I will watch it. I don't even have to watch it that much. I just need a couple refresher rounds. And then it'd be like, nope, I can do this whole thing memorized. Hey, Chris, hey. 1 out of 9 crazy theories being wrong is not that bad. That's pretty good odds, all right? Hey, Chris, I wasn't proud of that one, but all parents have that one child they aren't proud of. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger's illegitimate son with the housekeeper. # ass blasters. I don't understand that reference. I see that it's bad, but I don't understand it. But then, but then Chris had another great theory, honestly. And it's not even let's be real here. That Graboid is pushing the envelope a little bit, but it's so fucking fun and stupid and cool that you're just like, why not? I don't know. I don't hate it. I think with the right writing, you can make something happen there. Graboid, which is his theory that because Burt Gummer got swallowed by a Graboid, and then the parasites started getting him in the 6th movie, that he's slowly been turning into a Graboid or a Graboid surrogate, like a side piece to that, a side piece, which I don't hate. But my favorite theory of his that Chris has had is that Tremors 4, because it's set up that like the Changs have like their mystic sticks and there's some weird like ancestral voodoo sort of happening around, that maybe the reason Hiram's dad bought the silver mine and did all that was because he had like a vision of like his son needing to go on a grand adventure to like prove himself, and he knew the Graboid, like not knew, but like knew that there was something there that his son would have to overcome. And so he bought this silver mine as a way for his son to prove his worth and sent him off to perfection, leading him. And in essence, you could say he saw the vision of what was to come with Burt Gummer even, and knew that like he had to send his son down the line to become the greater man that he needed to be, which I fucking love. And I know it's one of those things that if I were to tell Steve, he would be like, okay, that's not bad. And that's Steve S.S. Wilson. That's the creator of Tremor. Like, if I were to tell Steve that one, he would be like, you know what? I don't hate that. It's not bad. Especially if you read Tucker's Monster. Tucker's Monster is Steve's book that's got vibes of that. But I would buy that. Like I said, that's my favorite one that you've done. And it's been really funny because like you got the Graboid stuff, which is like, oh, Bert is mixing. See, I use that word. He's like combining with a Graboid and becoming something else. And Chris hadn't even watched Tremors the series yet, and I've just been sitting back here, just like waiting for like, all right, man. Once you get to Mixmaster, you are just gonna be shitting your pants. Like, wait, what? We can do all of this, and that was where the other one too that you had last week of the maybe the government knows about graboids and has been experimenting on them and la-di-da stuff like that. I'm not gonna go too far because I love you. And I'm not gonna spoil it. Go watch the Horrific podcast with Colin and Chris. Usually every 2 weeks, every Tuesday. Although Colin does them all the time, all the freaking time. And oh man, yeah, no man. And like I said, I knew that once Mixmaster got into your brain, you're gonna be like, oh shit, I could have been using this the whole time. This was right there, and I had no idea. So I think that's fantastic. So that's wow. Okay, I'm actually doing pretty good. So somebody asked me podcasts that I've been listening to. So that's what I've been listening to. We Have Issues, Don't Make It Weird, Fermented Cinema, Cult of Odd, Sons and Shadows, Horrific Podcast, and Run for Your Lives. That's what I said, right? Ooh, hold on. My chair. Oh, I've gotten very. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. My rug is weird. And that is what she said. Phrasing. When did we stop doing phrasing? That's not an impression. That's just a question. All right. TikTok, you can fuck off now. Because talking about podcasts that I love and I've been trying to do here, I have a special treat. Because I know producer Sean and Dina and Daniel, Dinosaurs like D-Nuts, are not here right now. So I want to do something. If you don't know the Don't Make It Weird podcast, oh, yes, and I brought these up as examples. Yes. It's a podcast that I found. Yes, I will post that somewhere. Actually, I'll just send it to you in a Facebook message, Chris. Oh, I think, honestly, you and Colin would get a huge kick out of Sons and Shadows and Cult of Odd, like for sure. It's honestly, Sons and Shadows is so you guys is like, oh yeah. Although, like I said, We Have Issues and Don't Make It like you, all of them, and then Run for. I'm just gonna all of them. That's just the point. That's why I brought them up. Is that I love them all. I was just about to be like, maybe no, just they're all great. So I got Dina and Daniel's books. Daniel wrote. Oh my god, I don't know what my hands are. Yes, there we go. Daniel wrote Thunderstruck. The first volume in the Cryptid Protection Agency, which is about this guy named Zabgood, it's like the BPRD in Hellboy, like trying to help out the creatures that go bump in the night. Not going bump back, but trying to protect them. Go Daniel. I haven't fully read this yet. I have started, but I need to read this whole thing. I love you, Daniel. Daniel Quigley, and the Q is important. Q is a real letter. Because I am a part of the Daniel Quigley fan club. I know. right? And then Nothing Special by Dinosaurus D, like do nuts. Which I have read more of. Don't tell Daniel. Don't tell. I read more of this because, like, when I picked it up, I got it in the mail, and I got like sucked into it. Like I was like reading, and I was like, "Whoa, oh my god!" Because it's about this girl named Paisley Adams, who's in. Her magic is basically like an empath. Like she sees people's colors and energies, and I really relate to that a lot. So does Caitlin. Like it's just like, oh, and I did. I got like I was reading this for like half an hour. I was like, oh my god, hold on, I need to read this. But then Dina sent me one of her homemade bookmarks, which I just absolutely love, and then even wrote me a nice little note. Thank you, Dinosaurus D. Like these nuts. No, thank you for being such an incredible person. Your endless support means so much to me. That's what she wrote, but I'm reversing it for her. Love you, Dina. And I got the hardcover too, because it's a Kickstarter reward. And I was like, I really like hardcovers. Can I have them? Wow. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to try. Because on the Don't Make It Weird podcast, and then there's producer Sean, who's probably the only one who's watched my movie all the way through, because he's the only one that's seen Tremors or knows anything that I'm talking about when it comes to Tremors, like at all. Love you, Kevin. Hey, Kevin, actually, there's going to be a funny bit. I'm about to do multiple voices. I'm going to eat so many olives for this one. All right. Like, just as a point of fact, this is where I'm going to go here. Where's it at? Where's it at? Come on. Oh, yep. Oh, yeah, I got a costume. I got a whole costume for this next bit. Because there's a thing on the Don't Make It Weird podcast. And if you do leave, Kevin, thank you for loving the show. Thank you for being here. And all that jazz. But there's a thing on the show, Don't Make It Weird, where you can call them and leave them a voicemail message. And I want to leave one about potatoes. And I only found out recently that they're huge Bob's Burgers fans. So I'm going to do it as Linda. China strawberry. I'm coughing a lot because I'm trying to get that. I got it. I got a little bit of extra voice here. I can do this. I'm here at Wagstaff Elementary, and I'm gonna be doing the voices for Bob's Burgers. Lynn, I don't think you should be doing this in your state. Listen, Bobby, I'm gonna do whatever I need to for the Don't Make It Weird people. We need to talk about the Tremors worms. The Tremors worms that go swimmy. Lynn, I thought we were gonna talk about mashed potatoes. No, Bobby, we're gonna talk about the Tremors worms. So yes, I've been saving this for late tonight. But if you ever want to call Don't Make It Weird and leave them a voicemail that they'll play on the show. And I actually just did one recently where Val and Earl call Don't Make It Weird. And they played it on the show. And they were very confused. And so I'm going to do it again. And I like doing it on my show as a way of like, hey, go check out that show. 347-699-3473. That's 347-69 weird, as fucking Daniel would say. Jesus Christ, man. Like I love the guy. It's just like, what are you high on? And why are you not sharing with the rest of the class? All right. That's the lemon drop gone, Bobby. I maybe should have done this sooner while I still had voice in my lungs. But that's okay. That's okay, Bobby. All right. Then we're gonna eat an olive for my voice, and because I'm about to do a lot of impressions. You're all gonna be like, "What the fuck is going on right now?" Okay. Ba da 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 da. Ba da 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 da. And this was my Halloween costume this year. Just as a point of fact, I went as Linda, Caitlin went as Bob, and I did the voice all night long. Yeah. I can feel it. It's right. I'm right. It's like right there. I know there's a lot of lead up. You're like, oh my god, stop edging me and just let it splooge. Here we go. Again, I love you. Don't make it weird. Go buy Daniel and Dina's books. Go listen to the Don't Make It Weird podcast. It's a podcast by the writing community for the writing community. Call them at 347-69-WEIRD.
You've reached the Don't Make It Weird voicemail box. If you have a message for Daniel, Dinosaurus, or producer Sean, leave it at the tone. We just might play it on the show. Thanks for calling.
Hello to the Don't Make It Weird people. I'm Linda, and I'm here to make it weird with you. Lynn, what are you doing? Bobby, I'm calling the Don't Make It Weird people. I saw them on the YouTubers, and I just had to tell them that I love them so much. Lynn, like you really have to stop calling random people. Bobby, I'm gonna call whoever I want. Why don't you go back to making your burgers? Lynn, we need cilantro from the store. And you haven't gone to pick up any coriander. That's because my feet hurt, Bobby, and I don't want to. I can't do it. It's too much. You know, you should be like Tina, and you should get me one of those horses, and I could ride on the horse, and then I could go to the store for you, Bobby. No, Lynn, I've told you before. You are not getting a horse. I don't care. We've talked to Tina about this. It's just not happening. But Bobby, I want to paint the town yellow with my equestrians. So I have a little thing that I need to tell you. Lynn, you can't bring that up to Bobby. This is my phone call, not yours. Okay. So listen, guys, all of you potatoes, they're wrong. They're all Lynn, I've told you before, you can't criticize people on their own podcast. Like, you have to allow them to just be. No, listen, Bobby. Okay, you have to have a potato for every portion of the day. You can't have just one potato. There is no superior form of potato, because what if I'm at breakfast and I want hash browns? But then you know what? It's noon and I want the mashed potatoes. But then it's dinner time and I'm like, give me the french fry. I want the steak fry with the steaky sauce. Lynn, where are the kids? I'd rather be with them. Bobby, I sent them to the store for the cilantro and coriander you wanted. Oh, Lynn, I love you so much. I know, Bobby. Can you massage my feet later? Only for you, Lynn. Only for you. All right. Well, Daniel, Sean, Dina, I just wanted to tell you that you're all so beautiful and funny, and I love listening to your cringy compilations. And it's just so beautiful, especially Daniel. I think he's just the snuggliest little bunny. And I want to ride him like a horse, a big old horsey. Lynn, you gotta hang up. Okay, Bobby, I'm hanging up. I am done now. I'm done making it weird. And that is what she said. Oh, I hung up. Oh my god. Oh my god. It hung up. My hair made it hang up. Fuck. Shit. How long did that last? Okay, that was 3 minutes. We'll see what that ended up doing. Uh-oh. We'll see what that ended up doing. If they're like, what the fuck just happened? Then, like, honestly, that's going to be even better. Like, it just, like, ends all of a sudden. And then I'll be like, well, maybe if you listen to my fucking show and were there for it, it would work. And this is why I record it. Oh, my God. My hair did. I didn't even think about that. That's hilarious. Wow. Okay, cool. So that worked, actually. And again, go check it out, the Don't Make It Weird podcast. They were lovely people, and I just want to hear them all the time. All the time. It's so nice and pretty, and I love them. And like I said, go check out Thunderstruck and Nothing Special by Daniel Quigley and Dinosaurus. Like these nuts. I'm leaving this on for a bit. All right, we're just doing this because I'm going to be wrapping it up here soon. I can't believe I actually went through everything. Holy shit, guys. Oh, I didn't mention, too. I just wanted to mention. I should have mentioned. I was talking about Bill Watterson so much, and I got so sad, and I got caught up in it. But Bill Watterson was actually like, when I sent him the movie, was like, yes! Because Bill has been really wanting me to make the Tremors movie, and I got to deal with that. I can't wait for him to watch it and tell me what he thought. I hope he's coming on the show soon. He said he wants to. And then Don Michael Paul actually messaged me back and said, bravo. It's a lot of fun making movies, isn't it? Keep hunting, which I thought was, wow, he actually got the name right. Thank you, buddy. Oh, I forgot the Splattercast. Oh, my God. It's written down here. Oh, my God. I forgot my Splattercast boys, Dylan and Luke. They're going to be on the show soon. They had me on their show last year. They're another horror review podcast, people. Honestly, they keep up to date with a lot of news. Love those two. They're just fantastic guys to talk to. And they love the movie. Honestly, Dylan and Luke were both freaking out when I sent them the rough cut of the opening. And they were just like, holy shit, this is like a brand new kind of Tremors movie. What's going on here? And I'm like, yeah, that's the fucking point, baby. Shit. You got these nuts in your mouth. Honestly, I can't wait for that voicemail to fail, and they're just going to be like, what the fuck happened? Sorry, I'm just thinking about Dinosaurus, these nuts. What the fuck just happened? And then I'll be like, oh, that's what you get for not knowing with the potato. So what else here? This has nothing to do with Tremors, but I wanted to talk about it. I'm going to be on Dancing with the Stars, like our area's version of Dancing with the Stars. And I'm doing Labyrinth. I'm not going to tell you which song. It's not Underground. That's your one hit. It's not Underground. Graboid's underground. Underground. Graboid's underground. And that's pretty cool. Honestly, I still have no idea how I got to be a part of that and why I'm in it, but I'm dancing and I'm doing it, and it's pretty fun. I like it. And then I also signed up for an improv competition where I hopefully can win $500 by competing with people in improv. So we'll fucking find out how that works. Sorry, Chris, I just saw it. Bobby, Lyndon needs to ride the horses. Let him be, you monster. I take it back. Bobby and Linda are gonna make it as they are. But I love, honestly, it's one of my favorite TV families in general. I just love that show. My nephews love it. It's just awesome all the time. Podcast Bill. I had some sad things that I wanted to talk about, but those people can fuck off as far as I'm concerned. Chris, because imagine you're the only one here. There's a bad person when it comes to Tremors, and that person's name is Glenn Maddock. And I have words for him. He's not a great dude. He's blocked my whole family from Tremors, and it really pisses me off. I'm just gonna say that. That's it. That's as far as I'll take it. And I'll say he's like the George Hopkins of Tremors. And if you want to know who George Hopkins is, look up George Hopkins, The Cadets, and you'll start to get my point. And yeah, Tremors Fest is working up. That was my other part of that. Tremors Fest is working up. I've been emailing everybody I can. Hopefully getting a lot more of the behind the scenes people this time. I'm excited. It's going to be good. I'm pretty pumped. Pretty pumped. And wanted to end with something that's like what I have planned for the future. I guess, Chris, I don't like this guy. I got your back. I don't like this guy either then. All you need to know, Chris, is that and William's here too. Yeah. He is involved with Tremors Fest. Unfortunately, he's the universal liaison because he's wedged himself in there. I don't think anybody else wants to deal with him either, but it's one of those, like, he's got the last name to make it work, and he's working his last name for everything it's worth. And like I say, he's really, it sounds really sad. I keep anticipating in the mail or elsewhere a type of restraining order that I'm not allowed to go to Tremors Fest. Like I'm like waiting for it because he's that petty of a dude. And just so you know, Chris, Glenn is this guy's brother, Brent Maddock, who wrote Tremors 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5, and the TV show. And Glenn has wedged his way into the world of Tremors without doing much. And it's let's just be honest. I'm pretty sure he's just threatened by me. Like, I think that's it. I don't think I think he'd make stuff, and William knows this, where I think he'd make stuff up to be like, oh no, they're gonna like attack me and come after me. And it's like, and as William would attest, he'd be like, well, then why the fuck were you smiling and laughing with them last year at Tremors Fest then? That makes no sense. It's like, that's true. Because you were already a dick to me then, and then I was still nice to you. So like, why would you escalating being a dick to me change how I'm gonna fucking do anything with you? Just as a point of fact. That's why it pisses me off. It's like, you were already an asshole to me. If I wanted to like fucking do something to you, I would have done it to you when you did it the first time. So if I let bygones be bygones and you still kept doing it, you know what, man, I'm done. I'm out. You can go over there, and that's fine. The rest of us would just like to have fun at Tremors Fest. How about that? And I'm pretty sure he's using Tremors as a way to like make money. Like, that's I do. I really think that is. I think that's 100% it. I think he like sees dollar signs when it comes to Tremors, and he's just trying to capitalize on it. Let that be known. That's why it's like, I don't want anyone to give me any money for anything that I do. Like, when someone's like, Kevin was talking earlier about buying DVDs of my movie, and it's like, no. I mean, if I make a T-shirt that says Talking Tremors, I'll just give you a DVD if you buy the T-shirt. But again, Talking Tremors is mine. That is mine. This is my podcast and my podcast alone. Like, I've done that. I have built this. Fuck off. Tremors is. I didn't make I didn't make any of this. I had nothing to do with it. Well, I helped with this one a little, but I helped. That's not fucking making it, man. Like, this is your money, Universal. You keep that. It's not my shit. Me, I will do me and be me. I'm wearing a wig and glasses while being a transgendered person. I'm pretty sure we all know I'm just going to be me. To that end, because I don't want to talk about shitty people, I want to do a thing in the coming episodes. If I'm not doing an interview, or if I'm not doing a live showiness, I want to read the Stampede Entertainment books live on air, because Steve has always been talking about trying to do an audiobook for Tucker's Monster and for Frady Cats. And then I don't know how Brent feels, but this is Brent's book, The Films of Jacques Tati. And I want to do it. I'm going to just like read these. I'm going to sit here for fucking however long it takes and read the whole thing on air as a way of, I want people to know that these things exist, because a lot of people don't know that these books exist. Like the guys that made Tremors made a bunch of books, and that we should like check them out. And if you really want to support Stampede, this is how you do it. You buy their books, even though you haven't read them. Like I've read some, but like Puppets and People I've read, and Jacques Tati I've read, and I've read some of Tucker's Monster. Like and that's part of it, is I want to hold myself accountable to like, no, I'm going to read these books on air, and then their podcast episodes forever. And then now there's like, oh, thank you. Like, and honestly, it comes from that, William, reading when William says, I'm gonna listen to you read the script for Beneath Perfection right now. Fucking thank you, man. Like, yeah, same. That's why I did the Tremors 2 one. That's why I did the Tremors pilot one, is because people weren't reading it. So I was like, I'm fucking fine. If you need it fucking force fed to you, I will shove it down your fucking throat. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna read these books live on air. I'm not sure when. I'm gonna do one at a time or whatever. I'm gonna start with Tucker's. Is where I'm at. I want to start with Tucker's and go from there. And you know what? Let it be a point of fact here, because I was talking about Glenn. I just saw this. I was talking about Glenn, and like I said, he was a total. He's been a total asshole to me for like the last 2 years, like legitimately an asshole to me. He's blocked me and Caitlin and my family from the official Tremors franchise fans group on Facebook. Told me that we're not allowed to have any contact with Stampede or anything like that. All of this before Tremors Fest. All of this before Tremors Fest. I will show you receipts of these fucking messages. That's like, wow, you're mean. When I was at Tremors Fest, I asked him to sign his brother's book. That's Glenn Maddox's name right there. And I even told him too. I was like, because it was like, you know, I got this book. It's your brother's book, man. And your brother's not here. I'd love to see him here, but he's not. And William knows this. Like, we were good buddies. Like, he was smiling and having a good time with me at Tremors Fest. So it was like, you know what? Bygones, bygones. What William said, sometimes you just take it on the chin. Fucking just keep going, man. I have had worse things happen in my life. Trust me. Like that, you not liking me is really on the bottom of the list of bad things that has happened to me. I'll say that in a second, William. But I got Glenn to sign his book, his brother's book. And I got Glenn to sign Seeking Perfection too. That's his, because in my mind, as I've said about everybody that's like a fan of Tremors and has contributed in some way, guess what? You're a fan of Tremors and you have contributed in some way. Please sign my book. I even had, Daniel Trujillo, the TikTok Graboid, good friend of mine, who's the reason that there's a Tremors Saga TikTok, because Daniel showed them how to do it and started that whole fucking Tremors trend. And so he's in there. And my first signature ever is actually from S.S. Wilson's son, Matt Wilson, which is thanks for coming to the reading, because they did a reading for Steve and Brent's new script, Blank Slate. And he was actually the first signature in the book. Because he was there on the set for Tremors 1. He was there. He was in Tremors 3 and in Tremors 4. He plays a character in both of those movies. And his birthday is May 14th, which is the 14 May that Burt Gummer says in Tremors. 14 May, 1600 hours. I have my first confirmed Graboid sighting, and now deploying the technique pioneered by Earl Bassett to make my first kill. Subject is taken to bait, ready to fire. Oh. So let it be known, and I'm saying this for the podcast, that is like, now this is here. Like, if someone sends me a cease and desist letter, it's like, excuse me, I already said that I fucking don't care multiple times. Just stop being an asshole to me. It's right there in front of a live audience. So yes, like I said, look up George Hopkins, The Cadets drum corps, and you'll see what I'm saying. And I want to thank you, William. I really appreciate this comment that William wrote. I love the Tremors pilot because you helped me understand the bigger picture with it. Because I will say, when I saw the worm at the end, I was sour. At the end of the trailer, I was soured by it. But now I'd love to see more. Thank you. And that was the whole point. That was the whole. And like I said, I haven't read the books. I haven't read Daniel and Dina's book. I get it. I work construction. I listen to podcasts because I can't consume books. I'd love to read more, but I just don't have the time. And I know a lot of people do. I know that's how that works. That's the point of this podcast, because I wanted to take everything that John wrote and like make it so people like, oh, hey, this exists. Which, by the way, this is another point of fact. I actually bought John's other books because John wrote a book about Highlander, and then a book about this thing called Local Hero. I don't know what it is, but it's something Scottish. Fucking cool. But I don't care, because again, I had John on the show and I was like, I'm gonna buy your books because you're important to me and I want to support you. And like, however I can, I will do that. Like, and so here, like, so again, if you like Seeking Perfection by Jonathan Melville, which is the official guide to Tremors, go read Local Hero by Jonathan Melville, and go read A Kind of Magic, the Highlander guide by Jonathan Melville. Do it. And you know what? I said the thing about reading them aloud. I might end up doing one for Seeking Perfection too, just to help John out and be like, hey, look. Now you can point to people and be like, if you can't fucking read the book, go listen to the podcast at least. Because he was worried at the beginning about like, oh no, I don't want people. I'm worried about people not buying the book. I was like, oh, I'll tell everybody about the book. Go do it, man. And yes, read, if you love Tremors, go read Seeking Perfection. So that's where I'm at. Wow. I have talked a lot tonight. I'm very tired. My voice is dead. I appreciate everybody for being here. I got to take these off and be myself. Bobby, who am I? Oh, whoa. Like I said, I have had a major head cold, so I am like all over the place. Oh, and Chris said, the title of this episode makes me sad. I really would have liked the Kevin Bacon Tremors show, and who knows what that would have done for the franchise. So I don't know. Actually, I know you weren't here for it, Kevin, but from about the like 45-minute to an hour and a half mark, or about 2-hour mark, we talked about all of the problems that happened with Kevin Bacon's Tremors pilot. And it is a tax write-off. It's very much like Coyote Vs Acme and Batgirl, same situation happening. It's just happened at a time when nobody was paying attention to that. So yeah, to bring it all the way back around, yes, the Kevin Bacon Tremors pilot was a tax write-off, and it's fucking stupid. Uh, it's just fucking stupid. It doesn't even have to be Tremors. It's insane to me that people can work on something that hard and they just go like, yeah, let's just make some tax money off of it instead and go bye-bye. And nobody ever sees this. That's insane to me, man. That's insane to everybody, I feel like. That's bad. It's just bad. I don't care who you are. That's just bad. It's I repeat myself sometimes because it's just like, no, that's just bad, man. That's just bad. So I'm doing my thank yous, and I want to start off because I have this written. I didn't get to it, but I wanted to send out my love to John Daniels, who's still going through his brain surgery operation. And oh man, oh no, Chris. Oh, okay, hold up, pin. Yeah, you'll really want to go back to the start of that conversation. You'll be very intrigued by a couple of things. Bullshit. Bullshit. Lot of it. Lot of fuckery. Yeah. And like I said, and be like William here. And if you like the Kevin Bacon pilot, go check out my reading of it. It's on the Tremor Saga. There's a playlist called the Talking Tremors Podcast, and it's in there, and it says the Kevin Bacon Tremors pilot. It's pretty fucking simple name. Sorry. That's not you. It's just like, duh. I want to, yeah, again, all my love to John Daniels. I know he's not in here because he's been really dealing with it lately. But he's just been a huge supporter and a great guy, and I wish him all the best and love. And she's doing better, but I still want to shout out Rio Renner, who's at the end of my movie. It says for Bob Wilson and Rio Renner. Bob Wilson is Steve Wilson's dad, who did pass last year. But then Rio Renner is a girl with myoplastosoma. Oh my God, did I say that right? Some plastosoma kind of thing. She got brain cancer of some kind. She's slowly been getting better. And her mom is the one that gave us a bunch of the pumpkins for the movie. And I really appreciate her. Honestly, any kid struggling with that is something that I just want to send all my love towards. Like I said, I don't pray, so I'll give all those wishes, all that best love. I want to thank all the people that I mentioned and you know what I said, John. I had an episode with John Melville, which was fucking fantastic, and I had an episode with We Have Issues guys, which I wanted to talk about, but oh my God, Stevie and Anthony were fucking fantastic in that. I know Anthony felt like he was the villain, but I was so glad he brought out his like anger at Tremors. I understand, man. I understand. And then Steven rewrote the entire fucking lore of Tremors because he's never seen a single movie. And I was just like feeding him, just like, oh, well, you're a Tremors expert. Tell me about that. Tell us more. And it's fucking funny. He just improvised for like 2 fucking hours. And it was beautiful, and I loved it. And I only fucked up once with one bad question, and I'm still sorry about that. I learned a good lesson with that. But I love those guys so much. I would love to have them on a second episode and actually treat it with reality and like, okay, Steven, you don't know anything, or we keep going with the bit and I just find better questions or something. But thank you, Anthony and Steven, for being on that show. I love you guys so much. Thank you to Jonathan Melville. Who he's going to do a part 2. He's already messaged me. He wants to come back for part 2 episode. And please check out his books, Seeking Perfection, Local Hero, A Kind of Magic. If you like any of these things, Highlander, Local Hero, Tremors, please check them out. Check out Paik and Daphne of Run for Your Lives. Again, I'm going to try to have that episode up as soon as I can. I was doing this one because I know I'm not going to get it done. So we'll see what happens. But they're so fucking great and fantastic. I can't wait to meet Daphne at Tremors Fest this year. And I love them so much. Sorry. Ignore. I send it, play it again to Bill. It was my note. It's like, I know, I'm going to do that. Thank you to Kevin Johnson, Kevin Smith, and Jeff Johnson of the Sons and Shadows podcast. I love you guys so much. Thank you to Christopher Dunham of the Cult of Odd. Yeah, go buy the shirt. Go buy the merch. It's a good shirt. I hope he's feeling better too. Thank you to Colin and Chris of the Horrific podcast. Please check them out. Even when they're not talking about Tremors, go check those guys out. They're fantastic. Especially, I think that guy named Chris. He seemed pretty cool. I don't know. Maybe he is. Maybe he isn't. I don't know. Maybe he's been here the whole time. I love you, Chris. The after party is in my dreams because I'm about to fall asleep. Actually, I'm not. I'm just like, I'm gonna go watch The Office. Where's the after party? It's in my brain. That's good luck. Horrific. Go check out Fermented Cinema and Ian Ayus. He's probably gonna watch this later too. So I love you, man. Keep live streaming. You've got a great vibe and energy. Even if I don't agree with you, I fucking love it. That's what I love about like. And sometimes I don't have to agree with you to be like, that's still fucking awesome, man. Like, yeah. Fucking yeah. Go listen to Dylan and Luke at the Splattercast. Oh, and on that point, go check out Ken Sledge at Sledgehammer Horror. Fucking love that dude. He's been promoting the hell out of the movie. Dude, I'm doing good here. Oh, I just missed one. Oh. And go check out Don't Make It Weird with Daniel Quigley and Dinosaurs Like These Nuts. And go buy their books, Nothing Special and Thunderstruck, the first book one of the Cryptid Protection. Now I'm pulling at Daniel. Go buy Thunderstruck, book one of the Cryptid Protection Agency, and Nothing Special with the sequel book, Something Special, coming out soon. I love them. I love them so much. And producer Sean, wherever you're at in your sweet, wonderful, Don't Make It Weird dreams. I hope enough of that voicemail went through that it made some kind of sense. And then it'll give you enough of a, oh, it's Levi. And then you'll go look for this and be like, maybe it'll be extra marketing. Because again, your superior form of potato question doesn't work because your potato in the morning tastes different than your potato in the middle of the day, which tastes different than your potato at night. These are varying classes. You have to have three. Like, it has to be what's your morning potato, what's your lunch potato, what's your dinner potato. These are facts. Cold, hard fucking facts. And just for you, I'll eat an olive, Dina. By the way, try olives on hot dogs. It's delicious. And thank you, Chris. Oh, I love you too, bud. I try to bring myself to it. Oh no, I got the Burt Gummer. I'm turning into a. Oh. Funny, turning into a Graboid. Thank you, Chris. I love you. And I was going through my head. Oh, I wanted to thank. Honestly, it's for my Tremors creators. Thank you to Vincenzo Natali. I was really trying to get him to Tremors Fest this year. I don't think he's going to make it. Thank you to Don Michael Paul for watching the movie and loving it. And we're going to keep hunting. Thank you to Bill Watterson. Again, I'm going to be sending this to you. I might send you these later. And again, oh, I didn't. Yeah, we have issues. Go check them out. Go get these comics. Go buy them. Go listen to Anthony and Steven. But thank you, Bill, for making a fantastic movie. Thank you to Steve S.S. Wilson. Actually, Steve, I sent the movie to Steve, and he was like, "Oh my God, so this is an epic." You told me that. I didn't believe you. I'm going to actually have to set aside time to watch this. Oh my God, I can't wait. So I've been like waiting for that. I'm terrified of what Steve says. Because he made Tremors. He's the Tremors person. I want to thank all my friends. Thank you to Justin Edwards, most of all, for being there, for showing up all the time for the movies. Thank you to Ben and Dessa McClintock, who are showing up on Sunday for reshoots with your post-credit scene. Thank you to Joe and Molly, for being in the chat. And I don't have the cats, but next time I will make sure there's cats next time for everybody. But also thanks for being great people and having me in your lives. And I'm going to have Molly and Lindsay be best friends in the sequel. That's definitely my plan. And thank you to Lana too. I should have said Lana and Justin. But thank you to Lana for allowing your husband to be around us that long. Thank you to everyone that was in my movie. Rob Clark and Jen Clark, Rob Clark. They're not related. Brett Moore, Dan Holm. I already said these people. So Joe and Justin, and then of course Pappy. Thank you all for coming out and making it special and having a fun time with us. I'm going through here, and again, well, I said Steve, but thank you to Steve and Brent and Nancy and Ron for creating this world of Tremorsiness. They're absolutely beautiful, and we wouldn't have a podcast. I wouldn't have a podcast without any of this. Oh wow, I'm hearing my like in my voice. Sorry, it's like I've talked a lot. So now I'm just hearing it. Or are they related? Chris's crazy theory. You fucking kill me, man. Oh my god, I love that so much. God damn it. Or are they related? Son of a. Thank you. I'm trying to go through everything. Yeah. And last of all, I always like to thank my family. Although she's been MIA and making me sad lately, I still thank my mom. Thank you to Lacey and Eli and Shonday, Chantrell, Samaje, Shamar, and Sahil. I love all of you guys. I'm so glad you're a part of my family. Thank you to Adam, too. I never say him, but I should. He's my half-brothers. Thank you to Adam. Adam and Stacia. Thank you to my Aunt Jen and my Uncle Jeff. Or Uncle Jay. Uncle Jeff can fuck off. Uncle Jay, I love you. And then, of course, thank you to Pappy for being there and for helping and making all of these wildest dreams come true. You died beautifully. It was so good. And then before I get to Caitlin, hold on. While I was holding this, because this is how it started. This is how the show started, Chris. I wanted to thank all the people in the chat who showed up today. So I'm going to go through here. We got Chris. Thank you to Chris. Thank you, Chris. I'm so glad you showed up. Don't make Colin feel too much FOMO. Thank you to William. I'll make sure to send these to you next time, buddy, just because I shouldn't assume most people see it. Thank you to Kevin, not Smith, although I still think he is. Can't believe you've been watching this long. You knew all those references to the show, and you haven't said anything. So everybody say stuff. Like I said, like, comment, and subscribe. Comment. I can't know what I'm doing unless people comment on stuff. What you want, what I suck at, what I need more of. And then Molly was in here. Thank you to Molly. And that was right. And thank you to ASAP Sharky, who was a 9th grader that's been watching the show, and it's just like, oh my god, grow up, kid. I can't. I need you to be older. I can't do this. I'm afraid. Uh oh. And then, most importantly, of the people that I mentioned in the actually, and then he's not in here, but Michael O'Haver and Rob Dieterle, who made these Do You Poo, and then my down here at the bottom, Graboid, Shriekers, and Ass Blasters. Oh my. Oh no, you're fine, William. You're fine, buddy. Like I said, I know you're making your way through the back catalog, so you'll come back around eventually. Which, again, William, I appreciate beyond words that you're actually making it through the whole podcast. Please let me know if you like it or you think I need to shut the fuck up more, or any of those variations in between. Because nobody tells me anything unless it's a live stream. There's no comments on any of my episodes, so I have no idea what people think of this show. And you got to understand, when I listen to other people's podcasts, I comment on everything. I comment on every little thing that pops in my head about their show because it makes them feel better to like somebody's listening. Excuse me. And I wanted to give my final shout out. Yes, please. Oh yeah, you'll want to watch the tax stuff, the tax write-off stuff, William. You and Chris both. You'll need that. And I want to give my final shout out, or my second to last final shout out, to Ben Sword, aka Pangea Starseed, who made this, who's writing the Tremors comic. That's Val and Earl getting together, and made this and sent it to me for some inexplicable reason. Apparently, I'm a cool person. This is yet to be determined, and I just appreciate the hell out of it. This is so fucking cool. It's, if you can't tell, it's Val and Earl in Tremors 2 hanging out, blowing up Graboids together. And I think this is the spirit of Tremors fans right here. This is the... Nobody has any Graboid toys for sale. You asked me that, Chris, and I was like, oh my God. You stumbled in. This is, again, that's a whole, merchandise is a whole fucking conversation that we're at hour 4. We don't need to hit hour 6. That's how long that fucking conversation would take. No, merchandise, that's where and to make my point, Tremors fans are the ones that make the best stuff. Like, Universal sucks ass. They will not give you anything good merchandise wise. If you want good Tremors merch, go check out and support your Tremors fans, because they make fantastic stuff like this. And yes, this was made by Ben Sword on Facebook. That's how I know them. And then their handle is Pangea Starseed. And if you go back through the YouTube comments in the live, you'll see their username, you'll see their tag, their everything. Please check them out. They're at Pangea Starseed on Twitter, on Tumblr. Please go support them, like, so they can make more great stuff like this. Because Tremors doesn't exist without us fans. Like, that is the point. Like, it is us, all of us. That's where people wonder who the Tremor Saga is. I don't need to know. The Tremor Saga is all of us. That's us. We are the saga. The journey was the friends we made along the way. Like, we all of us are all the Tremor Saga, man. Like, that's all I'll ever need to know. Batman's off in the night fighting fucking crime, and we're all great fans. Like, I can't stop holding this up. This is so... I just love it, Ben. Ben Sword. I know you're not here, but I just fucking love this, man. So fucking cool. This is almost as cool, equally cool as... And actually, this makes my point here. These are my two biggest prized possessions of Tremors. Is a homemade piece of Tremors art, and everybody who was at Tremors Fest signed this. And let this be known, this is how little Glenn cares about fans. He left this. This was just left sitting on a table, and I picked it up. And he'd gone home. He left all of the fans at Tremors Fest just to sit there. So help me out, Tremors fans, and go support more Tremors fans. That's my pitch. Like I said, this is, you can't buy this. It's one of the best things out there, man. I love all of you. Like, I love all the fucking Tremors fans. All of you. Except for some of the Burt Gummers. Some of you have a little too much hate in your heart for my taste. You just don't know how to take a fucking joke either. That's kind of why you're such huge Burt Gummer fans. You're missing the point. There's great Burt Gummer fans too. Some of you people are just missing the point. Because Burt Gummer's great. Even he'd tell you to just tone down that hate. And yeah, be this. This is what this show is about right here. Just hanging out, blowing up graboids with your friends. Again, Ben Sword at Pangea Starseed. Go support them everywhere. Please and thank you. Yeah. And usually I will end. I want to thank Caitlin. I love you, Caitlin. You're sleeping downstairs. She let me use her phone for the TikTok, although nobody on TikTok cared, so it didn't even matter this time. I just appreciate it so much. Thank you, Caitlin. Marie Lutt Burzloff, wherever you're at in your dreams, I love you forever and ever. She's the rock that I stand on to not be eaten by graboids. And she's never gonna get swallowed because she's fucking rock, man. That's what it is. I just absolutely love her so much. And usually I would end with her, but I feel it's appropriate tonight to end with Merle G. Kloster. And thank you, Merle. I love you, bud. I'm glad you're not in pain anymore. I wish we could have smoked one up one more time. I'll be remembering you on my birthday every year. And now you're on this podcast forever, and your name won't die either. That's how that works. So thank you, Merle G. Kloster, from all of us Tremors fans. Love you, bud. And yeah, I am your host, Levi Dylan Burzloff Lutt. It's nice StreamYard has my fucking name down there. I didn't think that would happen. I kind of don't like it, but it's whatever. And you know, this has been Talking Tremors. Where's my things? I need my I appreciate all of you guys so much. And like any good story, I like to end where I began. And that's with a simple song. No one can blame you for walking away. 'Cause when you're in perfection, little girl, it's the Burt Gummer day, Burt Gummer day. It's down in Perfection Town. Oh, oh, oh. You'll see graboids too. Oh, 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 oh. Down in Perfection Town. Do, 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 do. You know it's true. Ooh, ooh. Oh, you gotta get me on the ground. Grab what's on the ground. Oh, you gotta get me on the ground. Grab it on the ground. Yeah.